Chapter 1366. All of you, give me your lives. Lu Chen bellowed. With the 9 void steps, he had already rushed into the enemy formation. Third Elder, Fourth Elder. The other Spirit Emperors and Spirit Kings are here. A white-bearded old man suddenly appeared in front of Lu Chen. Immediately after, 2 people flashed out from the defensive formation. These 3 people were obviously stronger than the others. Their speed was extremely fast, far surpassing the Spirit Kings and Spirit Emperors that Lu Chen had encountered before. Even stronger than Spirit Emperors were immortal-grade powerhouses. They were the top powerhouses in the entire Tianyuan continent. One of them used a saber, while the other 2 used swords. Suddenly, they attacked Lu Chen at the same time. Ternary Spirit Saber, Traceless Piercing Sun, Sword Intent. You killed tens of thousands of my people. Lu Chen, give me your life. The 3 of them suddenly attacked. Moreover, they used their ultimate skills. It was obvious that they had been preparing for a long time, intending to kill Lu Chen in one move. Uncle Tai exclaimed, "Chun'er, be careful." However, Lu Chen only snorted coldly. Hiding in the crowd means that I can't see that your strength is not ordinary. Unfortunately, immortal-grade powerhouses are not enough to kill me. Earth Fiend Xianming Spear, Netherworld Spear Intent. Lu Chen was actually prepared. Facing the 3 people's siege, he directly attacked with his spear. The remnant blood spear transformed into a huge blood-colored spear, colliding with the 3 immortal-grade powerhouses' killing moves. With a loud bang, several chi rings surged in the field. Even the immortal emperors were sent flying by the huge aftershock. In the blink of an eye, the 3 figures were sent flying like cannonballs. However, a black figure did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. With the 9 void steps, he had already caught up with one of them. With one spear, he directly pierced through the heart and smashed it into the ground. The other 2 immortal-grade powerhouses were sent flying hundreds of meters away. Only then did they spit out blood. The 2 of them looked at Lu Chen in shock. Impossible, you are Divine Spirit Realm. An 18-year-old Divine Spirit Realm. This is simply unheard of. Lu Chen stepped on the corpse and pulled out the spear. Then, he coldly looked at the 2 immortal-grade powerhouses. Unheard of? Then, have you heard of it now? You killed tens of thousands of people. Won't your spiritual energy be depleted? A 9-star chaos spiritual vein is so overbearing. Lu Chen coldly snorted. Do you regret not catching me back then so that you could snatch my spirit vein? Speaking of which, your patriarch is really interesting. He's watching his clansmen die miserably, yet he's still able to keep his composure. 9 void steps. Stepping on the void, Lu Chen instantly arrived in front of the 2 elders. Immortal. In the Tianyuan continent, you're a man above all, but in front of me, Lu Chen, you're nothing but an ant. Die. With 2 shots, Lu Chen had killed 2 more people. This time, the others were so shocked that their brains short-circuited. Lu Chen, a youth who had only cultivated for 8 years, was able to fight one against 3 celestial-grade experts and directly kill them. In front of Lu Chen, these Spirit Kings and Spirit Emperors were like dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. Sure enough, Lu Chen didn't have any intention of stopping and killed his way into the enemy's ranks. At this time, Lu Chen was like a tiger entering a sheep's den. In the midst of the sword's light, before the spear arrived, people had already forgotten. The remaining 1,000 or so elites of the Dongfang family were simply unable to stop Lu Chen's massacre. Wails rang out again and again as blood splattered on the spot. Dongfang Bai discovered one thing. As long as he was there, he would be safe. Lu Chen would never come to kill him. However, at this time, seeing Lu Chen's cruel means, he didn't have the slightest room to be happy. The clansmen around him died miserably one by one, but he was still alive. However, Dongfang Bai clearly felt that Lu Chen's gaze was like a demon, gloating at a soul that was about to die tragically. It was incomparably cruel. Another hour passed, and the only person still alive on the field was Dongfang Bai. Lu Chen suddenly pulled out a long spear from a corpse and didn't continue to pursue. Instead, He leisurely looked at Dongfang Bai, whose face was full of horror. Dongfang Bai, have you ever thought that one day you would rather die than live? Lu Chen looked at Dongfang Bai with a smile that wasn't a smile. Lu Chen, you homicidal maniac. Your hands are stained with more than 70,000 lives. You said that my Dongfang family deserved to die for destroying your Lu family. Don't you deserve to die for killing so many Dongfang family members? Lu Chun sneered. What a joke. Before, you said that those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. Now you're talking to me about benevolence and morality? Dongfang Bai, don't you think it's funny? Now, your patriarch is still watching the show. That's fine. I'll have time to settle the score between the two of us. Lu Chen's smile instantly disappeared, and his blood-red eyes stared at Dongfang Bai. You killed my father. You killed my grandfather. Dongfang Bai, even if you died 10,000 times, it won't be enough to atone for your sins. In that case, I'll let you live a life worse than death. Dongfang Bai saw Lu Chen's gaze, and his heart shuddered. He hurriedly looked at the patriarch. Patriarch. At this time, Dongfang Qing Long finally stood up slowly. In an instant, he had already arrived in front of Dongfang Bai. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy's strength was indeed far above the three immortals. Dongfang Qing Long looked at the broken limbs around him. So many people died. Suddenly, he sneered. These wastes are really useless. Patriarch, you. Dongfang Bai looked at the patriarch in shock. If he didn't hear it with his own ears, it would be hard to believe that this sentence came from Dongfang Qing Long's mouth. Dongfang Qing Long shouted angrily, Shut up! If it weren't for your incompetence and capturing this person earlier, my Dongfang family wouldn't have suffered so much damage. Dongfang Bai hurriedly shut up. Dongfang Qing Long looked at Lu Chen again, but there was a trace of a smile in his eyes. Lu Chen, I admit that your strength has exceeded all of our expectations. I do feel that it's a pity that you killed so many people, but after thinking about it, I feel that it may not be a bad thing. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be that Dongfang Qing Long has gone crazy? Dongfang Qing Long seemed to have seen through Lu Chen's doubts and continued. You may not know, but the Dongfang family actually has a secret technique that can plunder a person's spiritual vein. Such terrifying strength at the age of 18. And this is under the condition that you don't have any resources to cultivate. It shows how exaggerated your 9-star chaos spiritual vein is. As long as I can integrate with your spiritual vein, not to mention the Dongfang family, I will be the Tianyuan continent's god. I want to unify the world and be the king of all ages. What Dongfang family, compared to my great ambition, is not worth mentioning at all. Lu Chen coldly looked at Dongfang Qing Long. This guy is really crazy. Lu Chen, your strength should be in the divine spirit realm, and you have actually mastered the Earth Fiend profound nether spear. I have to admit that I don't have absolute confidence in winning, but you have been fighting to the death, and your stamina has been exhausted. I have at least an 80% chance of winning now. Lu Chen coldly looked at Dongfang Qing Long. I'm afraid you don't know that I only need 10% of my stamina to kill you. Dongfang Qing Long pretended to be enlightened. Oh, right, if I'm not wrong, you have mastered the 7th and 8th stages of the Earth Fiend profound nether spear, so you should be close to mastering the last stage. So, you still have a trump card. Lu Chen frowned slightly. This guy actually thought that he had mastered the Earth Fiend profound sky spear, but he was still so relaxed. It seemed like he had the capital to be confident. While they were talking, Lu Chen felt the ground begin to shake. Then, the sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The rain stopped at this moment. In the sky, there were faint black shadows rolling. Dongfang Qing Long smiled faintly. Sorry, you have a trump card, but so do I. Now, my trump card is here, and your life is mine. Chapter 1367. In the clouds, the figure of a giant dragon was faintly discernible. The giant dragon's body shuttled through the clouds. One could roughly guess that its body was more than 100 meters long. Atai opened his eyes wide. Oh my God, this is the divine beast of the Dongfang family. This is something that can be defeated by a human? Dongfang Qinglong glanced at the giant dragon in the sky. The smile on his face widened. Lu Chun, it's time for you to die. Lu Chun shook his head. This is the divine beast of the Dongfang family? To be honest, I'm quite disappointed. Speaking of which, if Ten-Winged could come out, the divine beast of the Dongfang family would be much smaller than Ten-Winged. Ha! Lu Chun, you're still so stubborn. The divine beast of the Dongfang family was born in the divine spirit realm. It's more than enough to kill you. Dragon God, please lend me a helping hand. After saying that, Dongfang Qinglong's body exploded with a burst of astonishing spiritual energy, instantly causing the surrounding wind to become even more violent. Lu Chun, the power of my Dongfang family is beyond your imagination. Dongfang Qinglong drew out a purple long sword from its sheath. It's the crepe myrtle starlight sword. Atai recognized the long sword at a glance. One of the 3 divine weapons of the Tianwu continent, the crepe myrtle starlight sword. Dongfang Qinglong sneered, "You've been arrogant for a long time. Now it's time for you to die." Dragon God, Dongfang Qinglong shouted angrily. The giant dragon in the sky descended from the sky, its huge dragon claws grabbing at Lu Chun. At the same time, Dongfang Qinglong moved extremely fast and stabbed his sword at Lu Chun. 9 extreme sword art, falling star sword ray. Lu Chun's eyes widened in anger as he circulated the spiritual energy in his body. Earth Fiend Dark Spear, Sky Fiend Earth Fiend. The 3 peerless moves collided with a loud bang, and a chi ring instantly exploded in the field. The thick iron pillar that stood in the middle of the Great Formation and had a diameter of nearly 10 meters was directly split in half by the air ring. A loud sound shook the heaven and earth. Countless people in the Heaven Marshal City heard the loud sound just now. The entire Heaven Marshal City felt a wave of tremor. The commoners still thought that there was an enemy formation, but the real experts all looked towards the eastern sky at the same time. The dragon roared just now. Could it be the divine beast of the Dongfang family? What's going on? The Dongfang family actually awakened their clan's guardian divine beast. Moreover, the sound from before seemed to be an intense battle. It can't be that someone is fighting with the clan's guardian divine beast, right? That person has to be at least a god-level super expert. What a strong smell of blood. Something must have happened to the Dongfang family. In the imperial city, a valiant man in a golden dragon robe was standing in the pavilion of the Black Tortoise Hall, looking at the eastern sky. My lord, the Eastern Azure Dragon has summoned his clan's mythical beast. Right now, he is teaming up with the mythical beast to fight a decisive battle with Lu Chun, reported a follower. This attendant was slightly different from the people around him. It seemed that he had traveled a long way and was slightly tired, as if he had just returned to the imperial city. The man narrowed his eyes slightly. An 18-year-old youth massacred more than 70,000 people from the Dongfang family. Among them, several hundred spirit kings and spirit emperors died tragically. Have you investigated his spirit vein? Monarch, I've already investigated it. It's a 9-star chaos spiritual vein. What? 9-star chaos spiritual vein? Are you sure? The man turned around abruptly, his face full of shock. My lord, I've already investigated it. It's indeed a 9-star chaos spiritual vein. 8 years ago, the Dongfang family massacred a small family in the West Oblast city, the Lu family, not because they betrayed the country, but because they wanted to snatch Lu Chen's spirit vein. The man's frown deepened. A 9-star chaos spiritual vein is hard to come by in 1,000 years. However, even if the spirit vein is outstanding, it's still hard for me to understand how his strength could increase so much in just 8 years. The follower asked, My lord, should we intervene now? The monarch's brows were tightly knitted together. After pondering for a long time, he said, These years, the Eastern Azure Dragon's ambition has grown bigger and bigger. If he gets the 9-star chaos spiritual vein, I'm afraid he won't be content with his lot. But that Lu Chen's growth is too terrifying. I'm afraid that in a few years, he will be out of our control. Official Xiang, Immediately bring 500,000 city guards to the Dongfang family and surround those two people. I'll go ask the consecrator to come out and meet you outside the imperial city. We'll go together. My lord, you won't make a move, right? Let's wait and see. Quick, gather the troops. In the Dongfang family's martial arts field, the giant dragon was forced back. Dongfang Azure Dragon was also forced back several hundred meters before he could stop himself. On the other side, Lu Qin's figure directly flew out and hit the half of the iron pillar, causing the iron pillar to cave in. The huge impact made Lu Qin spit out several mouthfuls of blood. The blood-ruined spear in his hand was actually broken and deformed. Qin Yuaqin and Uncle Tai immediately rushed over. Mother, Uncle Tai, Lu Qin's voice was weak, but before he could speak, he spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood and fainted. Dongfang Azure Dragon stopped himself and looked at Lu Qin's situation. He immediately felt relieved. Lu Qin, I didn't expect that. I still underestimated you. Even this can't kill you. However, you've already overdrawn your strength from the fierce battles. Now, you're an arrow at the end of its flight. You're powerless to reverse the situation. I didn't expect the power of the profound sky earth termination to be so terrifying. Luckily, I didn't attack earlier. Otherwise, I might not have been able to defeat you. Wan'er's face was already covered in tears. She raised her injured arm with difficulty and touched Lu Qin's face with heartache. Brother, it's all Wan'er's fault for being useless. I couldn't help you at all. Brother, don't die, don't die. Dongfang Azure Dragon walked over leisurely and raised a long sword in his hand. If he didn't attack now, he really wasn't sure if Lu Qin, who didn't care about his life, would suddenly wake up. Lu Qin, your spirit vein is mine. Your life is also mine. Tai Shuqin turned around and charged at Dongfang Azure Dragon. Get lost. Dongfang Azure Dragon kicked Tai, who had already lost his ability to fight, dozens of meters away. He spat out blood and couldn't move. Qin Yuaqin couldn't wake Lu Qin up no matter what. Seeing that Dongfang Azure Dragon was about to come over, she pounced on him. I'll kill you. Bitch, get lost. Dongfang Azure Dragon slapped Qin Yuaqin away. In Dongfang Azure Dragon's eyes, there was only Lu Qin. He had to cripple Lu Qin first, so that he wouldn't have any hope of turning the tables. At this moment, Wan'er struggled to stand up. She opened her arms and stood in front of Lu Qin. This time, Dongfang Azure Dragon finally stopped. He found it funny. The Lu family is really interesting. One after another, they come to die. You were crying for your parents just now. Now that you don't want your life anymore, you still want to protect your brother? You should know that you'll die if my sword slashes down. Dongfang Azure Dragon's eyes flashed with cruelty and mockery. Wan'er's face showed no fear. Her eyes were filled with determination. She ignored Dongfang Azure Dragon and said softly, Brother, you've always been protecting Wan'er. Today, I'll protect you. Wan'er can't do anything. Even if it's just once, let Wan'er protect you. Chapter 1368. Mom told me to protect Big Brother. Little Lu stood in front of Lu Qin. At that moment, Lu Qin knew what was the most precious thing to him in this world. Even if he had to risk his life, he would protect his sister. Even if Wan'er can't do anything, even if it's just once, let Wan'er protect you. Lu Wan, who was less than 10 years old, was covered in wounds, but she stood in front of Lu Qin without hesitation. Even if this was the ancient realm, this was still a real world. He was protecting his family, and she was also doing her best to protect him. In his mind, the images of Lu Yi and Lu Wan'er actually overlapped. At some point, a large number of guards had surrounded the martial arts field. Dongfang Bai noticed and frowned slightly. City guards? Shang Wanhong, that old fox, wants to benefit from the fight? Sorry, you won't have a chance. The city guards had arrived, but when they arrived, they saw that Lu Qin was already dead, and the battle was over. My lord, what should we do now? Xiang Wu asked. Shang Wanhong narrowed his eyes slightly. He was really a step too late. The Dongfang family's divine beast was really here. As long as they made trouble, Dongfang Qinglong could easily escape on the divine beast. At that time, they would have nothing to gain, but instead made a big enemy. Hong an old man beside Shangwan Hong, looked at the field indifferently. The Dongfang family's divine beast is stronger than before. I'm afraid it may have broken through to the heavenly spirit rank. Don't act rashly. Shangwan Hong thought for a moment and said, since Master Tianheng said so, then don't make a move. I'll explain it to Dongfang Qinglong personally. With such a big commotion in the Dongfang family, it was reasonable for him to come over to check. It was not worthwhile to fall out now. Dongfang Qinglong also knew that this matter could not be delayed. He looked coldly at Lu Wan. Fine, I have the chaos spirit vein anyway. I don't care about your 3 spirit veins. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Dongfang Qinglong raised the purple star in his hand and stabbed at Lu Wan. The sword turned into a cold light and stabbed at Lu Wan's throat. Lu Wan did not move an inch and blocked in front of Lu Chun. If death was a kind of release, then some people were destined to be unable to be released easily. He couldn't die. Even if he was in the depths of the 18 levels of hell, he would still climb up. It was all for the sake of protecting the mortal bond that had been abandoned by the immortals. Just as the long sword was about to stab Lu Wan, a burst of terrifying spiritual energy suddenly erupted from behind Lu Wan. Eastern Azure Dragon, die for me. An earth-shattering roar resounded. Lu Chun had no gun in his hand. 10th level of the Earth Fiend, profound nether spear, heaven and earth as a spear. However, there was no spear in his hand, and heaven and earth were his spear. Above the Jiuqian, in the vast starry sky, a beam of white light descended from the sky. Like a laser or a spear, it pierced through the head of the Azure Dragon of the East with lightning speed. However, that was only the sharpest tip of the spear. Immediately after, the beam of light poured down and pierced Azure Dragon's body into a pool of blood. Then it pierced through the ground. In front of Lu Wan, there was a huge, deep pit about 3 to 4 meters in diameter. However, it was bottomless and pitch black, as if it led straight to hell. This scene came too suddenly. Before anyone could react, the head of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Azure Dragon, and the Crepe Myrtle Starlight Sword, one of the 3 divine artifacts of Tianwu, were already dead. The hundreds of thousands of city guards were shocked speechless by this scene. Shangwan Hong's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. Master Tian, what Lu Chun used just now, used the 10th level of the Earth Fiend, Xianming's spear? Shangwan Hong felt that his worldview had been shattered along with Eastern Azure Dragons. No one could master the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels of the Earth Fiend Xianming's spear, but this kid took out the 10th level directly? Speaking of which, there was a 10th level of the Earth Fiend Xianming's spear. He had never even heard of it. Master Tianheng was no longer as calm as before. He was also stunned by the scene just now. The 10th level. I remember now. I tried to study the Earth Fiend Xianming spear back then. There was a sentence on the last page of the technique that might be related to the 10th level. What sentence? The spear can be an ordinary weapon or a divine artifact. The intent can be the spear aura. Moving at will can be the way of the spear, and the spear can break the sky. This Lu Chun has already reached the great achievement of spear intent. The spear of heaven and earth just now is the way of the spear. After Shangwan Hong heard this, he slowly turned his head and looked at Lu Chun with an even more incredulous gaze. 18 years old, great achievement of spear intent. This was unprecedented. Lu Wan was ready to accept death, but suddenly, Dongfang Azure Dragon died first. She looked back in shock and saw Lu Chun standing behind her. Finally, she could not help crying and threw herself into Lu Chen's arms. Brother. Lu Chun gently stroked Lu Wan's head and said weakly, silly girl, don't mess around like this in the future. Wait, brother, there's a small snake over there that needs me to deal with. Lu Chun pulled Lu Wan away and wiped away her tears. Take care of mother and Uncle Tai. Lu Wan nodded sensibly. Lu Chun was ready to fight to the death with the giant dragon, but who knew that after Dongfang Azure Dragon died, the giant dragon roared, glanced at Lu Chun, and actually flew away. Lu Chun blinked. Huh, ran away? Perhaps it cannot be said that it ran away, but it was some kind of contract that was broken after Dongfang Azure Dragon died. The more Lu Chun thought about it, the more he thought so. The strength of this giant dragon was terrifying. Lu Chun had most likely lost to this giant dragon. Such a terrifying creature should not have submitted to the Dongfang family. In any case, it was best not to fight. Anyway, Lu Chun did not have any deep hatred with this dragon. There was one person left on the field who was trembling with fear at this time. Lu Chun flashed and appeared in front of Dongfang Bai. Dongfang Bai's legs went soft, and he knelt directly in front of Lu Chun. Lu Chun, what do you want to do? Lu Chun smiled slightly. With a move of his sword fingers, the tendons of Dongfang Bai's hands and feet were cut. Then Lu Chun lifted Dongfang Bai up, walked to the iron pillar that only had half of it left, and nailed him to the iron pillar with the iron nails on the ground. Don't you like to steal spiritual veins? Well, I'll also practice. Let's see how to dig out spiritual veins without killing people. After saying that, Lu Chun's eyes showed an incomparably cruel look. The fallen tools were scattered on the ground. Lu Chun picked up a saw. I'll dig while you teach me. Don't cut the wrong place and make you suffer in vain. Dongfang Bai was so scared that his face was pale. How abnormal was this guy? Not only did he dig out his spiritual veins, he also wanted him to teach him. He was simply crazy. Qin saw the scene here and had to cover Lu Wanner's eyes. Mother, I want to see how Dongfang Bai dies. Wanner, you'd better not watch. Digging out spiritual veins is an extremely cruel thing. Uncle Tai stumbled over. It's equivalent to pulling out tendons and digging out bones. The Dongfang family has done many such heartless things. As the saying goes, give someone a taste of their own medicine. Half an hour later, Dongfang Bai had become a cripple. However, Lu Chun's technique was exquisite, and Dongfang Bai was not dead yet. He looked at Lu Chun with his last breath. At this time, he had no hope of resisting. He slowly said, I can't believe that my Dongfang family was destroyed by the hands of a Lu family orphan. If I had known, I would have killed you at all costs. Lu Chun snorted coldly, unrepentant. After saying that, the blood-stained long thorn in his hand pierced directly into Dongfang Bai's throat. Chapter 1369. Lu Chun turned around and walked towards his family. He picked up Lu Wanner and said, Uncle Tai, let's bring grandfather back for a proper burial. Tai was stunned. He looked at the guards surrounding the martial art practice field and said, but there are so many city guards here. It's fine. Lu Chun said indifferently. He pulled his mother, carried Lu Wanner, Tai, and Duke Qin's corpse, and walked towards the exit. Their speed was not fast. When they passed by the battlefield, Lu Chun saw the broken blood remnant spear. Mother, wait a moment. Lu Chun let go of his mother's hand and bent down to pick up the broken spear on the ground. He tied the two halves of the spear to his waist and continued on his way. When Lu Chun and his family arrived in front of the hundreds of thousands of city guards, Lu Chun stopped and looked coldly at the leader of the city guards. Lu Chun was now covered in blood. It was hard to tell if it was his or the enemy's blood. He looked extremely tired as he walked. His gait was light, a sign that he had exhausted his spiritual power. However, facing the hundreds of thousands of city guards of Tianwu Kingdom, Lu Chun did not show the slightest fear. He only shouted, "Scram!" Shang Wanhong's expression was ugly. As the king of Tianwu Kingdom, no one dared to speak to him like this. However, facing Lu Chun's red eyes, Shang Wanhong actually took half a step back. This was a demon who had killed more than 70,000 people. That spear of heaven and earth was even more shocking. Even with the nameless gods worshipping him, no one could stop Lu Chun if he wanted to kill him. Lu Chun, we mean no harm, Shang Wanhong said. Lu Chun did not want to listen to his nonsense. He said coldly, I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of the way. Otherwise, these hundreds of thousands of city guards will be buried with you. Shang Wanhong sucked in a breath of air. How arrogant was this person to dare to say such arrogant words? However, the scary thing was that no one doubted his words. Get out of the way, Shang Wanhong shouted. The 500,000 city guards heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the monarch did not stop Lu Chun. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to escape from the devil's clutches. The army opened up a path as Lu Chun led his family out of Dongfang Manor. After Lu Chun and the others left, Sheng Wanhong suddenly realized that his forehead was already sweating and his clothes were wet. For a split second, he wanted to stop Lu Chun and snatch his spirit vein, but he was already drenched in sweat. Grandmaster Tian Hung, if we had made a move earlier, would we have been able to kill him? The old man at the side pondered for a long time before finally saying, we have a 70% chance of winning. But, Hong, you've made the right decision. If you really attack, you'll definitely die. Another consecrator nodded and said, the spear of heaven and earth contains the great Tao of the spear. It is the pinnacle of spear intent. I'm afraid we won't be able to block it. If he insists on killing you, among the 500,000 people, he'll still take your life. Sheng Wanhong took a deep breath. No one understood the feeling better than him. Just a glance from Lu Chun made him feel like he was on the verge of death. This person will probably cover the sky with one hand in the future. Sheng Wanhong sighed. Xiang Wu, check his whereabouts. I'll personally meet him later and see if he's willing to become a consecrator of the Tianwu kingdom. Yes, monarch. That day, the Dongfang family, one of the 3 great families of the Tianwu kingdom, was exterminated. This news quickly spread throughout the Tianyuan continent. For a moment, the whole world was shocked. Countless people did not dare to believe that this was true. An 18-year-old youth exterminating the Dongfang family alone? This news is too fake. How can it be fake? The Tianwu kingdom is already in chaos. An 18-year-old divine spirit realm expert? What kind of joke is this? He's only been cultivating for a few years. Even if he's a genius, it's already amazing if he can reach the Spirit King realm. How can he reach the divine spirit realm? That Lu Chun is not only a divine spirit realm expert, but also a very high star. It's said that Dongfang Qinglong and the Dongfang family's guardian divine beast joined hands, but still failed to kill him. Lu Chun even killed Dongfang Qinglong in one move. 2 days later, the news reached the Heaven Saint City. At this time, the Heaven Saint Nation's national sword competition was coming to an end. In the newcomer competition, no one knew if it was the arrangement of the Meng family or the Li family, but Meng Shi met Li Haobai in the end. After all, there was a big gap between the two of them. Although Meng Shi fought back tenaciously, Li Haobai won easily. In the end, Li Haobai became the strongest newcomer of the Heaven Saint Nation. On the other hand, the competition of the strongest that people paid more attention to was also coming to an end. The remaining 4 super experts were all divine spirit realm experts. 2 days later, 2 of the top 4 would be decided. 5 days later, the Heaven Saint Nation's strongest would be decided. Bai Xing waited for more than a month, but she still didn't see Lu Chun return. Instead, she heard the news of the Dongfang family being massacred. In the end, Bai Xing asked Yin Zhu in shock, Zhu Zi, is what you said true? The Dongfang family was destroyed? What about Xiao Chun? What about Xiao Chun's family? Yin Zhu was also very excited. He was panting heavily. It seemed like he had rushed back to the inn to report the news. Principal, they all said so. Even the divine spirit realm experts said so. This kind of thing can't be groundless. It can't be wrong. I went to ask one of the divine spirit realm experts who stayed in the inn. He said he got the news that not only did Master destroy the Dongfang family, the Heaven Martial Kingdom's emperor, Sheng Wanhong, personally led 500,000 Heaven Martial Kingdom city guards to surround the Dongfang family. However, Master actually ordered the Heaven Martial Kingdom's city guards to give way and take his family away. Bai Xing's eyes widened. The Heaven Martial Kingdom's emperor has always been ambitious. He can order an uncontrollable super expert to leave? Yes, many people thought that at that time, Sheng Wanhong would either subdue Master or kill him. However, Master was heavily injured, so he left. Bai Xing frowned. She couldn't figure it out no matter how much she thought about it. What did Lu Chun say in the end? Yin Zhu felt his blood boiling as he thought about it. He was full of energy as he shouted, "Scram!" Bai Xing was stunned for a moment before she raged. How can you talk to your principal like that? Yinju hurriedly said, Principal, I didn't ask you to scram. What I said was that Master said scram, and the Heaven Martial Kingdom's city guards gave way. Bai Xing suddenly felt that her thoughts couldn't keep up. The city guards were all elite troops. This time, the Emperor, Shang Wanhong, personally led them. In the end, Lu Chun said scram, and the 500,000 city guards gave way. Yin Zhu was especially excited as he paced back and forth in the room. Isn't Master too domineering? He annihilated the Dongfang family, the Heaven Martial Kingdom's emperor, so many consecrators, and 500,000 city guards. He didn't even care about them. How domineering is he? I really regret not following him to take a look. I really regret it. Principal, there's one more thing. The news of Master signing up for the National Sword Competition has been released. Now, everyone is saying that without Lu Chen's participation in the National Sword Competition, even the strongest would be an undeserved reputation. Yin Zhu looked out of the window with gratification. He took a deep breath and said emotionally, Yes, to be able to become Master's disciple. I, Yin Zhu, have not lived in vain. The strongest disciple in the world. I, Yin Zhu, am indeed incomparably valiant. Chapter 1370. The Meng residence was decorated with lanterns and streamers. Meng Shi and Li Haobai's wedding would be held today. Meng Shi was dressed in red, sitting alone in her room. She had just heard the rumor that the Dongfang family had been massacred by Lu Qin alone. Meng Shi's eyes were full of surprise. It's him, it's really him. Brother Lu Chun really got his revenge. One person slaughtered more than 70,000 people from the Dongfang family and forced back an army of 500,000. How tyrannical was this? Unfortunately, she didn't see it with her own eyes at this time. The door was pushed open and a middle-aged man walked in. Seeing this person, Meng Shi immediately put away the smile on her face and looked away with a straight face. Sure, Li Haobai will soon come and pick up the bride, I know. Meng, she said coldly. Sure, I know about Lu Chen's matter. Do you regret it? The man looked at his daughter worriedly. Sigh, you're still too young. There are some things I have to say to you clearly. The man sighed and sat on the bed. Meng, she didn't expect her strong father to suddenly become like this and couldn't help but feel a little distressed. If you regret it and leave with Lu Chun, I won't stop you. However, the Li family will definitely put the blame on our Meng family. Our two families have a marriage contract. How can a Li family let go of the hatred of stealing their wife? And if Lu Chun comes back and finds out that you didn't marry Li Haobai willingly, I'm afraid that Lu Chun won't let our Meng family go. Although Lu Chun is taking revenge, and there's no problem with morality, it's said that the Dongfang family's martial arts practice field is full of corpses. It's a tragic sight. It can be seen that he's also a ruthless person. Now that things have reached this point, what do you think our Meng family should do to protect ourselves? Meng Shi was stunned. Her father's words weren't without reason. When the news of brother Lu Qin came, the Meng family was the first to be in a dilemma. Father Meng said earnestly, Sure, Li Hao is actually not bad. He just has a strong sense of self-esteem. When I decided on your marriage, I thought about it over and over again. I'm just afraid that you won't be happy in the future. I've loved you since you were young. Even when you ran away from home, I only had people secretly protect you. I also let you do whatever you want. I know that you don't have any feelings for Li Haobai, but that's because you haven't had any contact with him. You also saw this time. Although he was angry in your battle, he didn't use a heavy hand. That child's talent is outstanding, his conduct is upright, and he has a dignified appearance. If the person you met wasn't Lu Chun, but Li Haobai, you might have liked him. Your marriage isn't just about you. The fate of the Meng family is in your hands. Right now, the only way is to tell Lu Chun that you're willing to marry Li Haobai. That way, Lu Chun will give up, and the Li family's Meng family will be able to become stronger in the future. Are you willing to watch your mother, grandmother, and brothers and sisters live in a precarious state and be on edge all day long? Father Meng said a lot, and every word was reasonable. Meng, she didn't want to listen, but she had to listen. Father, don't say any more. A person like Lu Chun will definitely shake the world in the future. That kind of man is charming, but if you really marry him, you won't necessarily be happy. Li Haobai endured for many years and worked hard for you. But what about Lu Chun? What did he do for you? Believe me, finding someone who loves you is more important than finding someone you love. For the sake of the Meng family's 1,000 years of foundation, I'm begging you. Father, don't say any more. Meng, she was heartbroken, but she couldn't refuse her father's request. I understand. Lu Chun and his family buried Qin Gong behind his old house, next to his grandmother. Mother, don't be sad. Lu Chun supported his mother. It's all in the past. Yue Qin nodded and wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Father, I'm unfilial. Not only did I fail to take care of you, but I also implicated you. Fortunately, Chin'er is promising. He avenged the Lu family in you. After paying respects to Qin Gong, everyone returned to Qin Gong's old residence. Atai asked, Madam, what should we do in the future? Yue Qin looked at Lu Chun. Do you have any plans? Lu Chun said, Previously, the Emperor of the Heavenly Holy Empire sent people to spy on us. After I caught them, they said they wanted me to be a consecrator of the Heavenly Holy Empire. They said that I don't need to do anything. As long as I agree to be a consecrator of the Heavenly Holy Empire, they will give me a lot of money and treasures every year. Lu Chun continued, I'm guessing that their goal, to be precise, is to not let me help the other two countries. As for whether I do anything or not, it doesn't matter, as long as I don't become their enemy. I'm thinking that one will need a lot of resources for her cultivation in the future. This is not a bad choice. Yue Qin nodded. You've already grown up. Mother believes that you can make your own decisions. Brother, will you teach me how to cultivate? Wan'er looked at Lu Chun. Lu Chun smiled and patted Lu Wan'er's head. Silly girl. As long as you want to learn, brother will teach you. But you can't be afraid of being tired. Wan'er is not afraid of being tired. In the future, I will protect Mother and Uncle Tai. Atai suddenly laughed. One actually wants to protect me. Ha, good. Now I'm not afraid of the Dongfang family. Uncle Tai, you're also a member of our family. Wan'er said. After so many things, Atai had indeed become a member of the Lu family. Lu Chun thought of something and said, But I have to make a trip to the Heavenly Holy Empire first. Guanhong has promised to protect your safety. You can stay here temporarily and wait for my return. Brother, you going out again? What are you going to do? Wan was reluctant to part with Lu Chun. I'm going. Lu Chun smiled. To find you a sister-in-law. After settling his family, Lu Chun once again found Shang Wanhong, who was temporarily staying in West Prefecture City, and agreed to become a consecrator of the Heavenly Martial Kingdom. Once this matter was settled, his mother and the others would be the safest in the Heavenly Martial Kingdom. That day, Lu Chun rode the cloud, treading colt, and rushed to the Heavenly Holy Empire. 20 days later, the National Sword Conference of the Heavenly Holy Empire had just ended. It was the time to give out the rewards for the number one expert and the strongest newcomer. However, Lu Chun was not interested in this. If he did not make it in time for the competition, then so be it. The purpose of his trip was no longer to participate in the National Sword Conference. When he arrived at the Meng residence, Lu Chun found that the place was heavily guarded. There were at least a few hundred people patrolling around the Meng residence. When Lu Chun approached, someone immediately stopped Lu Chun. Stop, who are you? Lu Chun, I'm here to look for your young Miss Mengshi, Lu Chun said. Lu. When that person heard Lu Chun speak, he was so frightened that his whole body trembled. Then, the guards behind him all focused their attention. They looked at Lu Chun with shock and fear. Lu Chun frowned slightly. Why were these people so afraid of him? You are Lu Chun, the Lu Chun who massacred the Dongfang family of the Heavenly Martial Kingdom. From the other party's reaction, Lu Chun seemed to know something. You set up such a tight defense. Is it to guard against me? The Dongfang family destroyed my Lu family first. I'm just giving them a taste of their own medicine. Mengshi is my friend. I mean no harm. The other party's captain panted heavily. He gathered his courage and said, Young Miss is no longer here. She married into the Li family half a month ago. What? Lu Chen shouted in surprise. Lu Chen's reaction directly caused the surrounding guards to pull out their swords at the same time. Lu Chen, listen to me. Our young miss married into the Li family of her own accord. If you don't believe me, you can ask her yourself. Right now, she is at the heavenly martial arts arena, accompanying her husband to receive the reward for the strongest newcomer. After knowing Mengxi's whereabouts, Lu Chen did not say anything and left on his horse. Chapter 1371. Tens of thousands of people had witnessed the birth of the two strongest warriors of the Holy Empire. Xuezhang had defeated a divine spirit realm warrior and taken the title of the strongest warrior of the Holy Empire. Li Haobai had easily defeated a spiritual supreme realm warrior and became the strongest warrior under the age of 20 in the Holy Empire. There was no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. At this moment, only the two of them were receiving their awards. The king of the Holy Empire, Yin Zijuan, went up to the stage personally to give out the awards. Congratulations to Master Xuezhang for reaching the top of martial arts. Even the king of the Holy Empire, Yin Zijuan, had to be polite to Xuezhang. It's an honor to have Master Xuezhang in the Holy Empire. Xuezhang was originally the Holy Master of the Holy Empire. Yin Zijuan was very happy to see him take first place. Xuezhang nodded slightly. Zijuan, you don't have to be so polite with me. But take a look at Li Haobai. The Li family has a kid with great potential. He's a spiritual king at the age of 19. He's much stronger than the previous ones. Thank you for your advice, Master Xuezhang. I have the same intention. Then, Yin Zijuan walked in front of Li Haobai. Haobai, congratulations. Li Haobai's status was naturally not as high as Xuezhang's. He cupped his fists and bowed. Thank you, King Yin. Haha, Haobai. No need to be so polite. This is the badge for the strongest newcomer. You only get one every 10 years. I've already sent the other rewards to the Li family. As he spoke, Yin Zijuan put on the badge for Li Haobai. There are only a few people in the world who have this badge. Yin Zijuan smiled. Oh, right. I heard that you just got married half a month ago. It's really a double blessing. But why didn't you tell me about such a happy event? Li Haobai was a little surprised. The king was not someone the Li family could invite. King Yin was obviously trying to be friendly. Since there are double blessings, why don't we add another one? Yin Zijuan said. Li Haobai looked at Yin Zijuan in confusion. Haobai is stupid. What is the happy event that King Yin is talking about? Yin Zijuan faintly smiled. I wonder if Haobai is willing to come to my heaven, Saint Consecrator Courtyard's Consecrator Courtyard's Consecrator Courtyard. Although the Consecrator Courtyard's 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 Consecrator Courtyard in the future. Li Haobai's eyes widened. Of course he knew about the Consecrated Courtyard's Auxiliary Courtyard. Simply put, it was the preparatory class for the Consecrated Courtyard. As long as one entered the Academy of Consecration, they would be able to receive a large amount of resources every year. It was the place that all geniuses wanted to enter the most. However, the first college usually only accepted spiritual grade experts. Only by reaching this grade would they have a greater chance of entering the divine spirit realm. After all, the Heavenly Saint Empire's investment was expected to be repaid. But this time, Yin Zijuan had directly sent out an invitation to Sengoku to join the affiliated college. Thank you for your kindness, Prince Yin. I'm willing. Li Haobai cupped his fists and said. Yin Zijuan smiled. Your wife, Mengxi, is also a rare talent. When the consecration hall opens classes, she can also attend with you. Li Haobai was even more shocked. There was no need to say more about Yin Zijuan's high regard. He had actually agreed to let him bring Mengxi to attend classes. This, King Yin, Li Haobai was excited. He thought for a while and said, Thank you. King Yin, I'll invite Mengxi up the stage to thank King Yin for your reward. Sure, I'll also meet your wife. Actually, if it wasn't for a monster like you, Mengxi would have a high chance of competing for the title of the strongest newcomer. Li Haobai quickly pulled Meng Shi to the front of King Yin. The couple bowed and thanked King Yin for making an exception for the authorization. On the spectator stand, Yin Zhu let out a long sigh. "Sigh, master, you're still one step too late." Now, Meng Shi has already become someone else's wife. He had already passed Lu Chen's words to Meng Shi. He still remembered that Meng Shi was so excited that tears filled her eyes. Initially, Yin Zhu was also happy for master. However, not long after, Meng Shi still married into the Li family. Yin Zijuan turned around and shouted to everyone below the stage. "Our heavenly saint empire is full of talents. As long as they are talents, our heavenly saint empire will not reject them. Everyone, let's cheer for Blood Trench and Li Haobai." Everyone stood up and applauded thunderously. Li Haobai held Meng Shi's hand and looked at her affectionately. "Shi-er, I will definitely become the happiest person. If it was any other girl, they would definitely be moved to tears at this moment." However, Meng Shi was only slightly stunned and did not say anything. She turned to look at Bai Xing and Yin Zhu on the spectator stand. When she saw the two of them, it was as if she saw that person. "Brother Lu Chun, I'm sorry." Meng Shi's eyes were a little blurry. Everything was already destined. She let out a long sigh and was about to retract her gaze. However, at this moment, she saw a man standing at the entrance of the arena. The moment she saw that person, Meng Shi's heart started racing. Brother Lu Chun." The crowd cheered thunderously. Lu Chun stood alone at the entrance and looked at the person on the stage from afar. His eyes were wet. Li Haobai held Meng Shi's hand, but Meng Shi did not resist. This seemed to indicate a possibility. However, he still had to be clear about one thing. Lu Chun walked directly to the arena. At this moment, many people also saw this man who suddenly appeared. The strongest person in Heaven Holy Empire, the strongest newcomer, the monarch, and the two consecrators behind the monarch were all on the stage. How could someone barge in at this moment? Is that guy crazy? Who is it barging into the arena at this moment? Is he courting death? Yin Zijuan also saw Lu Chun. He frowned slightly and looked unhappy. Who dares to barge into the arena? Men, drag him out. 4 to 5 personal guard of the king of Yin walked towards Lu Chun aggressively. Suddenly, Lu Chen's figure flashed and appeared on the arena. He was standing right beside the crowd. Shui Zhang's eyes widened instantly. A person could actually appear beside the king of Yin so easily. Didn't this mean that if he had attacked Yin Zijuan just now, he would have had a chance? He hurriedly stood in front of Yin Zijuan and stared at Lu Chun. He said in a low voice, "What are you trying to do?" Men, surround the battle arena. A large group of the king of Yan's personal guards quickly surrounded the arena. They took out their weapons and were ready for battle. Lu Chun ignored Shui Zhang and the guards. He only looked at Meng Shi. Lu Chen's voice was a little hollow. "Did Yin Zhu pass on my words?" Meng Shi's tears flowed down immediately. She didn't dare to look into Lu Chen's eyes, but she wanted to look at Lu Chun a little longer. At this moment, Meng Shi was extremely conflicted and in pain. Seeing this, Li Haobai hurriedly pulled Meng Shi aside and stared at Lu Chun. "What are you doing?" Lu Chun glanced at Li Haobai and shouted angrily, "Get out of the way. I'm talking to her. It's not your place to interrupt." Li Haobai narrowed his eyes slightly. "If you dare to touch Meng Shi, I'll kill you right now. You're not worthy," Lu Chun said coldly. Then he looked at Meng Shi. "Meng Shi, I just want to know the answer." At this moment, Shui Zhang shouted, "Arrogant brat, don't you know where you are? How dare you cause trouble here? Do you think this is your backyard?" With that, Shui Zhang was about to attack. Meng Shi suddenly cried out, "Stop!" Then, she broke free from Li Haobai's hand and walked out from behind Li Haobai. She stood in front of Lu Chun. She raised her head and looked at Lu Chun. Her tears flowed down uncontrollably. Brother Lu Chun. Upon hearing the two words, Lu Chun, everyone was shocked. Chapter 1372. Lu Chun. He's Lu Chun. He single-handedly slaughtered Lu Chun of the Tianwu Dongfang family. Why is he here? I've heard of him. He was originally going to sign up for the competition, but I didn't expect him to come here from the Tianwu Kingdom so quickly. Yin Zijuan panicked. Back then, Shang Wanhong led 500,000 city guards, but he didn't dare to touch Lu Chun when he was heavily injured. Now, he only had a few thousand imperial guards. If Lu Chun wanted to kill him, wouldn't that be child's play? Shui Zhang and the others hurriedly protected Yin Zijuan and retreated. In an instant, only Li Haobai, Meng Shi, and Lu Chun were left on the field. Li Haobai's mind was buzzing. This guy was actually Lu Chun. What was his relationship with his wife? However, Li Haobai didn't run away. He stood beside Meng Shi. Meng Shi's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Lu Chun. Yin Zhu has already passed on the message. Lu Chun's heart ached. He had already passed on the message, but she still married someone else. Then, were you forced by your family? Meng Shi's tears had already formed a river. After a long silence, she finally shook her head. No one forced me. I did it willingly. Lu Chun's heart felt like it had suffered a heavy blow. He couldn't help but take half a step back. No matter how strong the enemy was, they wouldn't be able to make him retreat. However, a woman's words could make Lu Chun suffer a heavy blow. You did it willingly. Yes, Li Haobai is very good to me. Lu Chun couldn't help but nod. He looked at Meng Shi and then at Li Haobai. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. All right, I understand. As he spoke, Lu Chun took out the broken spear from his waist and threw it on the ground. He turned and flashed to the viewing platform. Lu Chun cupped his fist to the commoners. Principal, thank you for your care all these years. The cloud-treading colt is in the inn stable. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. In the future, if you need me for anything, just come to the Heavenly Martial Kingdom's West Prefecture City to find me. Little Chun. Bai Xing looked at Lu Chun with heartache. Anyone could see that Lu Chun was just suppressing the sadness in his heart. Dean, Little Chun will bid farewell here. Yinzhu, let's go. After Lu Chun left with Yinzhu, the Imperial Guards heaved a sigh of relief. This fiend had finally left. But Meng Shi felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. He had left. Not only did he leave the Heavenly Saint Empire, but he also left her life forever. Meng Shi walked to the ruined blood spear and squatted down to pick up the broken spear. Big brother Lu Chun, don't just throw this gun away. Big brother Lu Chun used this gun to destroy the Dongfang family. The gun broke, but he really didn't throw it away. Unfortunately, the only thing between them was this broken spear. Shi'er. Li Haobai walked over and pulled Meng Shi up. Meng Shi looked at Li Haobai. At least this man didn't shrink back just now. Perhaps it was just like what her father said. Marrying him was the best choice. Haobai, I know my request is a bit too much, but can I keep this broken spear? Unexpectedly, Li Haobai nodded in agreement. You've already made your choice between him and me. As for the broken spear, you can keep it if you want. One day, I will make you forget him completely. Thank you. After returning from the Heavenly Saint Empire, Lu Chun had been depressed and depressed. Yinzhu secretly told the Lu family about what happened in the Heavenly Saint Empire. It's like this. Master suffered a setback and can't recover. Yinzhu said. Qin Yuaqin looked worriedly at Lu Chun, who was fishing by the lake. Sigh, this child must be very sad. He didn't tell us and kept everything in his heart. We should comfort him. Wan frowned. That Meng Shi really doesn't have good eyesight. My brother is so outstanding, but she didn't choose him. Yuaqin touched Wan Er's head. Silly girl, don't say that. He has his difficulties. Uncle Tai suddenly stood up. Let me go and persuade him. I have experience in matters like falling out of love. After saying that, Uncle Tai went to find a fish basket. He walked to the lakeside and sat beside Lu Chun. Chen, you didn't bring a fish basket. How are you going to store the fish? At this moment, a fish took the bait. After Lu Chun caught it, he untied the hook and let the fish go. Not long after the hook was put down, another fish took the bait. Lu Chun untied the hook and let the fish go. Uncle Tai's eyes widened. So this guy only wanted a fish, not fish. But the frequency of his fishing was too fast, right? Did he encounter a school of fish? Uncle Tai, did that blabbermouth Yinzhu tell you? Lu Chun said faintly. At this moment, he seemed to have no strength to speak, unlike his usual energetic self. Don't blame Yinju. We kept asking. Uncle Tai, you don't have to persuade me. I know what you want to say. I just need some time to digest it. Uncle Tai couldn't help but laugh. This guy had been smart since he was young. His intelligence was many times better than his peers. Even now, he could see things more clearly than anyone else. It seemed like they worried too much. All right, I know you won't have a problem. Anyway, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Here's the fish basket. At least catch one or two. It's almost time to eat. Got it, Uncle Tai. This adjustment took half a year. Lu Chun finally started to spend some time every day guiding Wan, and Yinju in their cultivation. For the rest of the time, he would sit cross-legged on the lake and cultivate. To Lu Chun, although he didn't marry Mengshi, his family was living together leisurely. This was also a happy thing. At the end of the month, the people of Qianwu Kingdom sent over many resources. Among them, there were pills that could treat chronic illnesses. They could treat Uncle Tai's leg injury. It was said that Shang Wanhong had asked a high-grade alchemist to refine it. 3 months later, Uncle Tai was no longer limping. The old injury that had been there for almost 10 years showed signs of recovery. While guiding Wan and Yinju in their cultivation, Lu Chun found a problem. If Wan and Yinju had any questions in their cultivation, Lu Chun could help them solve it. However, Lu Chun couldn't teach her the origin celestial demonic cultivation technique. It was a cultivation technique that wasn't recorded in words. Lu Chun had also learned it directly. He could only let her cultivate the jade clear foundation cultivation technique that he had obtained from the Western Saint Spiritual Academy. Finally, Lu Chun couldn't teach Lu Wan her alchemy and refining. In order to not delay their cultivation, Lu Chun asked Shang Wanhong for a recommendation letter to send Lu Wan and Yinju to the Tianwu Kingdom's #1 spiritual source, the ultimate spiritual source. Of course, the most important thing was that the two of them had to learn the Earth Fiend mystic spear. This spear art was the essence of Lu Chen's cultivation technique. Half a year later, Uncle Tai's old injury had healed. Under the encouragement of Lu Chun and his wife, Uncle Tai once again stepped onto the path of cultivation and went out to gain experience. As for Lu Chun, he had always been by his mother's side. They lived in his grandfather's old house. Other than Lu Chun spending a lot of time cultivating, there was no difference between them and an ordinary family. This kind of life was simple but warm. In the real world, Lu Chen's mother had left him when he was young. But here, Qin Yuqin was his mother. The motherly love that he had lost was compensated here. Lu Chun had originally lived an ordinary life like this. However, living in the Tianyuan continent wasn't destined to be so peaceful. 8 years later, in the year 1724 of the Tianyuan era, the situation of the world being divided into 3 was finally broken. The Heavenly Saints Empire destroyed the Heavenly Might Empire's capital and annexed the Heavenly Might Empire. 6 years later, the Heavenly Saints Empire launched an attack on the Heavenly Martial Empire. The Heavenly Martial Empire's army was defeated and half of the cities fell. The Heavenly Saints Empire's army marched straight in and killed their way to the Heavenly Martial Empire's capital. Lu Chun was cultivating on the surface of the lake as usual when his mother suddenly came to the lakeside. Chen Grandmaster Tianheng is here. He wants to see you. Chapter 1373. Lu Chun went to the lakeside, picked up the fishing rod and basket, and followed his mother back into the house. He found that only Tianheng had come this time. "Mister, you're back." Seeing Lu Chun return, Master Tianheng hurriedly stood up. Lu Chun said indifferently, "Is Master Tianheng looking for me to resolve the crisis of Tianwu Kingdom?" Tianheng was stunned for a moment. He did not expect Lu Chun to be so direct. Before he even opened his mouth, Lu Chun already knew his intentions. "That's right. Mister is also a citizen of Tianwu Kingdom. Now that Tianwu Kingdom is facing a crisis, I hope that Mister can help." Lu Chun put down the fishing rod and basket. "Master, I remember when Shang Guanhong hired me as a consecrator, he said that I don't need to do anything." Tianheng hurriedly said, "Mister, that's true. But now that Tianwu Kingdom is about to fall, we can't defend against the Heavenly Saint Empire's attack, so we have no choice but to ask for Mister's help. Lu Chen came to the table and sat down. He did not comment on Tian Heng's words and only asked, I remember that a few years ago, the three kingdoms were evenly matched. How did the Heavenly Saint Empire suddenly rise up and swallow two kingdoms? Mister, you don't know. The Heavenly Saint Empire's experts have appeared. Tian Heng said, 14 years ago, 10 Heavenly Spirit Realm experts joined the Heavenly Saint Empire's consecrators. Those 10 people's strength is shocking. One of them can fight against 1,000,000 soldiers. Heavenly Spirit Realm experts? Lu Chen frowned. In the Tianyuan continent, the strongest he had seen was only a God Spirit Realm expert. Someone like Shui Zhang was already the strongest in the Heavenly Saint Empire. Mister, the three kingdoms' military strength was originally about the same. But after these 10 people appeared, the balance was broken. Tianwei was defeated, and Tianwu Kingdom is also in danger. Lu Chen frowned. The other kingdoms don't have Heavenly Spirit Realm experts. Yes, Tianwei, Consecrator, had a Heavenly Spirit Realm expert, but he died in battle. Our Tianwu Kingdoms, 2 Heavenly Spirit Realm experts were also forced out, but our numbers are obviously inferior. Then you think that I'm a match for those 10 people. Sir, 14 years ago, you already had the strength to kill a God-level expert. Now, even if you haven't reached the heavenly level, you're still a great fighting force. We can only block for a while now. Seeing that Lu Chen was unmoved, Tian Heng hurriedly said, Mister, when heavenly might was destroyed, Heavenly Sage slaughtered the 3,000,000-strong army. Even though they claim that they won't harm the common people, they have confiscated countless assets. In the past 2 years of war, there hasn't been any changes in the Heaven Saint Nation, but the taxes on the common people of the Heaven Might Nation have doubled. The common people have no way to make a living. In the end, they won't treat the citizens of the 2 countries equally. If Tiansheng really unifies the 3 countries, I'm afraid that things will become even worse. At that time, the citizens of Tianwu will never be able to rise again. Sir, the country is about to perish, and the family is about to be destroyed. Lu Chen snorted coldly. Don't talk nonsense with me. When my family is destroyed, where is the country? Sir, Back then, King Hong believed Eastern Azure Dragon's words. Besides, King Hong has treated you well all these years. There's no need to say anymore. You can leave. With that, Lu Chen directly asked him to leave. Although Tian Heng was unwilling, seeing that Lu Chen was no longer looking at him, there was no room for discussion. This kind of thing couldn't be forced, so he could only leave resentfully. After Tian Heng left, Qin Yuqin sat beside Lu Chen. Chin'er, will you go? No one knows a son better than a mother. Although Lu Chen didn't mention that he would go, Mother Lu Chen could still feel that Lu Chen wouldn't just stand by and watch. Lu Chen sighed. Not for the country, but for the common people. Qin Yuqin nodded, her eyes filled with gratification. Chin'er, your father used to be like this. Mother, is there any news about Wan Yinju, and Uncle Tai? The Zhizhen Spiritual Academy has already joined the battle. Wan and Yinju have also joined the army. Tai came to see us half a month ago. When you went up the mountain to chop firewood, he seemed to have something urgent and didn't wait for you. At that time, he rushed to Heaven Marshal City. It should be related to this matter. Lu Chen nodded. Wan has also grown up. Mother, let's pack up and prepare to go to Heaven Marshal City. I don't feel at ease leaving you here alone. Chen, just now Master Tian Heng said that there are 10 great heaven spirits in the Heaven Saint Empire. You really want to go? Qin Yuqin suddenly became worried. Lu Chen smiled. Heaven spirits can't even withstand a single blow from me. Qin Yuqin was stunned. Heaven spirits were the strongest experts in the Tian Yuan continent. It could be said that they had already peaked into the peak of Heaven stage. For Chen, to say such words, then his realm should be, Chen, what realm are you at now? Lu Chen looked at his mother. This was the only person he couldn't lie to. 18, Star Human King. It was impossible to become an immortal in the ancient realm. Therefore, many immortals who came to the ancient realm to train found it difficult to increase their realm. However, Lu Qin was different. He had not become an immortal. In the past 14 years, Lu Qin had not only consolidated his spear intent, but also did not let go of his realm. He had already broken through to 18-star Human King. Human King. Mother, there are some things that I can't explain clearly. In short, just believe in Qin. Qin Yueqin indeed did not understand her son's realm, but she believed in Lu Qin. All right, Mother doesn't know much about cultivation, but I believe in you. I'll go pack up. I'll help you. 7 days later, Lu Qin and Qin Yueqin arrived at Heaven Martial City. At this moment, the Heaven Saint Empire was attacking. Looking at the west of the city walls of Heaven Martial City were emitting thick smoke. The city walls were broken, and a large number of martial artists were repairing them. There were almost no ordinary citizens in the city, but martial artists from all over had already rushed here and occupied various areas of the city to defend against the enemies. The city was too chaotic, and even carriages could not be used. Lu Qin brought his mother on foot. Who are you? Why are you still in Heaven Martial City? A few martial artists saw Lu Qin and Qin Yueqin and stopped them. Lu Qin replied, Friend, do you know where the Zhizhen Spiritual Academy's camp is? Zhizhen is in the southwest camp. Little brother, quickly take this old woman away. This is not a place you should be. Qin Yueqin was already in her 50s or 60s. Although her body was fine, she was already an old woman over 50 years old. Thank you for your concern. I'll leave after finding someone. Lu Qin gave a perfunctory reply and brought his mother to the southwest. Not long after, Lu Qin saw a flag not far away. On it was written Heaven Martial Zhizhen, which should be the location of the Zhizhen Spiritual Academy. The so-called camp was just an open-air resting area. After successive battles, the Zhizhen Spiritual Academy had suffered heavy losses. Not only were the injured resting here, but they were also resting. Qin, do you think Wan and Yanzhu will be fine? Qin Yueqin started to worry when she saw so many injured people. After some twists and turns, they finally found Lu Wan and Yanzhu. The current Lu Wan had already grown into a slender and elegant woman. She was very conspicuous in the crowd. Qin Yueqin hurriedly shouted when she saw Wan. Wan turned her head and immediately ran over. Mother, why are you here? Brother, why did you bring Mother here? Lu Qin lightly smiled. Mother is worried about you. Oh right, where's Yuzi? Yanzhu is helping me distribute the medicine. Now that there's a shortage of elixirs, the dean asked me to be in charge of refining them. All right, Uncle Tai is also helping. Lu Qin nodded his head. He raised his head and saw a busy figure among the injured. He lightly smiled. Yanzhu. When Yanzhu heard the figure, he hurriedly turned his head and quickly found Lu Qin. After seeing Lu Qin, Yanzhu hurriedly ran over. Master, why are you here? Lu Qin looked at the hundreds of injured people around him and the smoke in the distance. He thought of the countless civilians who were forced to leave their homes and calmly said, It's time for this war to end. Chapter 1374. Tai quickly rushed over and was extremely excited when he saw Lu Qin. Uncle Tai, what's your current realm? Lu Qin asked. After all these years of training, I'm now a spiritual king. Tai's face was filled with pride. Qin, what about you? Did you break through to the heaven spirit realm? Lu Qin smiled faintly. It's considered a breakthrough. Wow, 33 years old heaven spirit realm. This is simply unheard of. Uncle Taiwan Zhuzi, don't spread the news that I'm here. I don't want Shangwan Hong to know that I'm here. We'll stay near the Zhizhen Spiritual Academy's camp for the time being. Qin, are you really going to make a move? In a few days, the Heaven Spirit Realm experts from the Heavenly Holy Empire will be here. I'm guessing that they're going to launch an attack. Lu Qin nodded. I know. I'm waiting for them. The Heavenly Martial Kingdom had already suffered heavy casualties. 3 days later, the Heavenly Holy Empire's army launched a large-scale attack. Millions of soldiers lined up at the front of the heavenly martial city walls. From afar, they looked like a black mass with no end in sight. In front of the heavenly martial city, the heavenly martial kingdom's cultivators lined up. Over 1 million cultivators stood in front of the city, ready to fight at any time. Not long later, white figures flashed across the sky and stopped in front of the heavenly Holy Empire's army. Within the army, Uncle Tai said to Lu Chun, "Chun, those people are here? You must be careful when the time comes." Lu Chun nodded. Over 100 people walked out from the enemy's army. The leader was the heavenly Holy Empire's Yin Zijuan. Behind him were the heavenly Holy Empire's super experts. The group walked directly to the front of the heavenly martial kingdom's army. Yin Zijuan looked at Shangwan Hong and smiled. "Prince Hong, we've been fighting for over a month. Even if my experts don't make a move, you won't be able to hold on for much longer. Why don't you surrender?" Shangwan Hong looked at Yin Zijuan coldly. "Prince Yin, are you lying to a child? Do you think I don't know how the heavenly martial kingdom treats the surrendered soldiers? The 3 million surrendered soldiers of the heavenly prestige were all killed by you." Yin Zijuan smiled. "I asked you to surrender, but I didn't say I would let you go. I just wanted the commoners to suffer less. Prince of Yin, you can save it. Who in the world doesn't know how you treat the people? Stop pretending to be a saint." Yin Zijuan smiled slightly. "You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Just the 12 heavenly spirits behind me are enough to flatten your heaven martial city." The heavenly saint empire was indeed powerful. There are already 2 heavenly spirit realm experts in the consecration hall. In addition to the 10 heavenly spirit realm experts who came to join them, there were already 12 heavenly spirit realm experts. Behind Shangwan Hong, an old man narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you want to fight, then fight. Could it be that I, King Cloud, am afraid of you ignorant brats? I was wondering who could be so boastful. So it's Heaven Spirit Canyon Master." One of the people in the formation laughed. "You've lived for more than 150 years. It's time for you to die." Another person's eyes were filled with disdain. "You're just a 7-star heavenly spirit. We don't have anyone lower than you here." Yin Zijuan smiled. All right. Looks like they're in a hurry to die. Then I won't waste my breath. Generals of the heavenly saint empire, listen to my orders. Wash the heaven martial city with blood." Just as Yin Zijuan was about to leave, a voice sounded from the side of the heaven martial city's formation. "Wait!" Yin Zijuan, Shangwan Hong, and the rest looked in the direction of the voice in astonishment. They saw a person slowly walking out from the Utmost Perfection Spiritual Academy's formation. Seeing someone from his academy stepping out, the principal of the Utmost Perfection Spiritual Academy was stunned. Who is this person? A disciple of the Utmost Perfection Spiritual Academy? Why is he so gutsy to speak out at this time? This was a conversation between the top forces of the 2 empires. How could it be the turn of nameless pawns like them? Unfortunately, before he could call out to that person had already walked towards Yin Zijuan. Seeing that person, Yin Zijuan was stunned. He searched his mind carefully and suddenly found a memory that matched that person. Lu Chun. In the formation behind Yin Zijuan, Li Haobai was also stunned. Lu Chun. He hurriedly looked at the girl beside him. As expected, Mengshi was also stunned. Perhaps she had thought that they would meet on the battlefield, but when the moment really came, she was caught off guard. Shangwan Hong's eyes widened. He turned around and asked Tian Heng, "Master Tian Heng, didn't you say that Lu Chun wouldn't come?" "He did say that to me. I didn't expect him to appear now. But he can't be thinking of stopping the king of Yin alone, right?" Lu Chun didn't even have a weapon. He stood a dozen meters away from Yin Zijuan. Yin Zijuan couldn't help but take a few steps back. However, the Heaven Spirit Realm expert beside him said softly, "Don't panic, King of Yin. We will protect you later." The King of Yin then calmed down. Lu Chun looked at the King of Yin indifferently and said, "Do you know that I am the consecrator of the Heaven Martial City?" The King of Yin was stunned. However, with the 12 Heaven Spirit Realm experts beside him, he regained his confidence. So what if I know? Lu Chan said indifferently, since you know, you still led your troops to attack the Heaven Martial City. Are you looking down on me? Lu Chun, even if you were a Heaven Spirit Realm expert now, I have 12 Heaven Spirit Realm experts beside me. Do you think I need to take you seriously? The King of Hell said coldly. Lu Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. So, your confidence comes from the 12 Heaven Spirit Realm experts? As he said that, Lu Chen's gaze swept past Li Haobai and Mengshi who were at the back. Your subordinates also have wives and daughters. I don't want to kill them. King of Yin, since your confidence comes from the 12 Heaven Spirit Realm experts, I will only kill 12 people. After these 12 people are dead, you will return the territory of the Heaven Martial Country, and the 3 countries will sign a 100-year ceasefire agreement. The moment Lu Chan said that, the entire battlefield almost exploded. The Heaven Martial Country was in a mess. What? He said that he wants to kill 12 Heaven Spirit Realm experts? Did I hear it wrongly? What kind of joke is this? Not to mention the Heaven Martial Country. Even in the Tianyuan continent, no one has ever dared to say such arrogant words. Only kill 12 people? At first, I thought he was holding back. But in the end, he said, 12 Heaven Spirit Realm experts? Ha ha ha. I have never heard such a funny thing in my life. The Heaven Martial Country was also shocked. Who is that person? Is he crazy? He seems to be from the Zhizhan Spiritual Academy. Indeed, everyone in the Zhizhan Spiritual Academy is normal. Even Master Canyon doesn't dare to say such arrogant words. What is he trying to do? Mengshi stared straight at Lu Chun. Is this big brother Lu Chun? He seemed to have changed a lot. He became more indifferent, more calm, and more calm. 14 years ago, she didn't have the chance to see big brother Lu Chun slaughter the Dongfang family. But today, she saw big brother Lu Chun challenging the 12 Heaven Spirit Realm experts alone. This was probably something even worse than annihilating the Dongfang family. However, big brother Lu Chun just stood there, as still as water, as unmoving as a mountain. She had a feeling that she couldn't surpass him. This kind of spirit was simply charming. 14 years, Mengshi was already someone's wife and mother. But it was just a meeting. It was just like when she saw that young man in the dark, piercing the sky with his spear. Her heart raced, and she couldn't control herself. Chapter 1375. I don't want to waste time here. Lu Chan said indifferently, 12 heavenly spirits, come at me together. Hearing this, Uncle Tai's legs went soft, and he almost fell. Not to mention 1 against 12, he even wanted them to come at him together. Chen Er was going crazy. Sheng Wanhang's heart almost jumped out. It wasn't easy to have an extra fighting force, but he was going to give it away for free. Kan Yun and Yuan Hua, the 2 heavenly spirit realm experts from the Tianwu Kingdom, walked to Lu Chen's side and asked, Lu Chun, don't act rashly. Even if we have to fight, the 3 of us together have a higher chance of winning. No need. Lu Chun flatly and decisively rejected the 2 of them. I alone am enough. Lu Chen's words obviously angered the 12 heavenly spirits. As the strongest in Tianyuan continent, every heavenly spirit realm expert was revered by tens of thousands of people. Even the monarch had to be courteous to them. How could they stand such contempt? Lu Chun, you really have guts. You want the 12 of us to come at you together? I've never seen such an arrogant person since ancient times. All right, come at me together. I'll use your Lu Chen's blood as a sacrifice to my heavenly saint army. Lu Chun had already proposed a one-on-one challenge. The morale of the 2 armies was the most important. Naturally, the Heavenly Saint Empire would not admit defeat. Other than the 12 Heavenly Spirit Realm experts, everyone else retreated. Millions of troops from both sides were waiting for this unprecedented battle. The 12 of them had already taken out their weapons. There were swords, sabers, golden bowls, war hammers, and axes. The moment these 12 people took out their weapons, it immediately caused a commotion. That's the Heaven Quake Hammer? That person is using the legendary Heaven Quake Hammer? Amber Heavenly Crystal Sword. It's the Amber Heavenly Crystal. It's said to be a divine weapon that has been lost for thousands of years. It's actually in that person's hands. That's baleful bone blade? Wasn't it rumored to be destroyed? How could it appear here? These martial artists naturally knew the legendary divine weapons like the back of their hands. Since the 12 of them had cultivated to the sky spirit realm, they naturally used the strongest weapons. One of the 12 heaven spirits looked at Lu Chun with his hands behind his back and coldly laughed. Lu Chun, show us your weapon. I heard that you use a spear. I want to see which godly spear you're using. Lu Chun lightly said, I'm afraid you have never heard of my gun, but I didn't bring it with me. Uncle Tai had just straightened his body when his legs went soft again. My dear mother, Chun'er, you've gone too far, fighting the 12 heavenly spirits without any weapons. What a joke. No weapons? That's your problem. Don't expect us to show mercy. Just based on what you said just now, it's enough for you to die 10,000 times. Lu Chun smiled and swept his gaze across the ground. Coincidentally, there was a dead branch in front of him. It was less than 50 centimeters long and as thick as a finger. Lu Chun bent down to pick it up. The branch was already cracked. The moment Lu Chun raised it, the branch could not withstand the force and broke in half. Now, the branch in Lu Chun's hand was about 20 centimeters long. In Lu Chun's hand, it was just a small wooden stick. Lu Chun did not mind. With one hand behind his back, he weighed the value and said, Forget it, I'll use this. The air froze for a long time at this moment. Who knows how many people's brains short-circuited. Ha ha ha. Lu Chun, you don't even have a weapon. Let's see how you're going to kill my 12 heaven spirits. Such an arrogant person. Today, I will definitely pull out your tendons and make fun of you. Kill. The 12 heaven spirits exploded with spirit energy at the same time and charged towards Lu Chun at the same time. Lu Chun calmly stood in the middle of the field. He could clearly see the figures of these 12 people. He poured spirit energy into the branch and suddenly shouted, Come at me. Earth Fiend, Xian Ming Spear, Mysterious Sky Earth Fiend. Just as he said that small branch instantly transformed into a long spear image. With a boom, the long spear directly smashed into the ground. In an instant, the ground cracked. That branch cracked the ground? In the crowd, countless people were already shocked to the point of stuttering. In the next second, within a 1,000-meter radius, countless black gas soared into the sky. The terrifying black gas instantly formed a black pillar that soared into the sky. Just as the 12 heaven spirits were about to approach Lu Chun, they saw this terrifying black pillar and hurriedly retreated. Quickly retreat. It's the Earth Terminus Chi. Not good. Why is this fellow's spirit energy so fierce? It's simply unheard of. Quick, let's attack together. Otherwise, it will be hard to block his spear. Master Chuyue, your sword intent is the strongest. Let's transfer our spirit energy into your move and use the amber heavenly crystal sword to break the heaven-earth terminus spear. The 12 heaven spirits no longer dared to be careless. They used all that they had learned and used their life's worth of spirit energy. The 11 of them stood in 4 directions and transferred their spirit energy into one of them. The silver-white sword in front of that person also transformed into a giant sword image. It grew bigger and bigger until it was the same size as Lu Chun's black spear. Both sides attacked at the same time. A silver-white sword image and a black spear instantly collided. With a loud boom, the sand on the battlefield rolled and filled the sky. A huge aftershock surged out like a tsunami. The battle formations of both sides were directly scattered, and countless people were swept away by the hurricane. Even the city walls of Heaven Marshal City that were already in danger could no longer withstand such a terrifying aftershock. Half of it was directly sliced off. In the entire Heaven Marshal City, all the buildings that were taller than 6 to 7 meters were directly sliced in half. Under the protection of a group of immortal experts, King Yin was fine. However, he did not care about his own situation at all. His eyes were fixed on the battlefield. Lu Chun's spirit energy is actually so terrifying. fighting against the 12 heaven spirits. The yellow sand rolled, and finally, the dust settled. The scene on the battlefield gradually became clear. In the wind and sand, a tall black figure could be faintly seen standing. However, there was no one beside him. Finally, everyone saw that the only person who was still standing on the battlefield was Lu Chun. Around him, the 12 heaven spirits had fallen to the ground and could not move. Seeing this scene, Remmett Cloud's eyeballs almost popped out. Lu Chun, he won. I'm not dreaming, right? Yuan Hua was even more shocked. Not only did he win, but he is also not injured at all. Oh my god, Lu Chun's realm, could it be? Comprehending the heavens and breaking through the human Tao. The king of Yin was stunned. Impossible, impossible, impossible. How could he defeat the 12 heaven spirits? The 12 heaven spirits are all heaven spirit experts with extremely high star levels. In Tianyuan continent, they are already at the peak level. How is it possible for someone to fight against 12 heaven spirits alone and defeat the 12 heaven spirits in one move? Lu Chunyu, what kind of demon are you? Shuizhong took a deep breath. 14 years ago, he was the strongest in the Heaven Holy Empire. He could be said to be the strongest below the heaven spirits. At that time, Lu Chun had just slaughtered the Dongfang clan. He and Lu Chun could be said to have brushed past each other. Now that he thought about it, he did not brush past Lu Chun. It was possible that he had brushed past death. In front of Lu Chun, he could not withstand one move. Shuizhong took a deep breath and sighed. Why is there such a powerful person in this world? Not to mention the heaven sage is the strongest. Since ancient times, Tianyuan is the strongest. For the next few thousand years, I am afraid that no one could compare to him. Chapter 1376. The Heavenly Saint Empire's 12 heavenly spirits were all killed by Lu Chun in one move. Millions of people imagined the great battle of the ages, but it ended in the form of an instant kill, making countless people's minds go blank. However, this kind of scene, to Lu Chun, had already seen too many times. There was not the slightest bit of joy after winning on his face, as if everything that happened just now was an ordinary thing. It was not that Lu Chun was proud and arrogant, but there was really nothing to be happy about. Hundreds of Sengoku had been killed before, not to mention these 12 heavenly spirits. Just as everyone was scared out of their wits by Lu Chun's battle, a cold light suddenly shot over from afar. Kill my master. I'll fight it out with you. Immediately, a sharp sword instantly arrived in front of Lu Chun. The person's strength was not worth mentioning. Lu Chun used the tree branch to lightly move, and that person was already sent flying. However, although that person's strength was weak, his fighting spirit was strong, and his technique was also remarkable. After being sent flying by Lu Chun, that person slapped the ground with sword chi, and using the reaction force, relying on his impressive movement technique, he once again stabbed at Lu Chun. Die for me. Just as Lu Chun was about to use the 9-star acupoint sealing spear chi to kill this person, he saw that person's appearance. He was suddenly stunned. Li Haobai. It happened so suddenly, Lu Chun was about to make a move, and he hurriedly pulled back. But the other party's sword had already stabbed over, and Lu Chun was busy pulling back, and he was actually stabbed in the shoulder. Lu Chun's right shoulder was stabbed, and that person was about to pierce through Lu Chun's shoulder with his sword when Lu Chun shouted, 9-star acupoint sealing spear. What he pointed at was not Li Haobai, but the sword in Li Haobai's hand. In an instant, the sword in Li Haobai's hand directly exploded. Li Haobai could not pull back in time, and the sword hilt in his hand was already in front of Lu Chun, and Lu Chun's tree branch was already at Li Haobai's throat. At this moment, the scene froze. Li Haobai's sword hilt was no longer a threat to Lu Chun, but although the tree branch in Lu Chun's hand was unremarkable, no one doubted that this tree branch at Li Haobai's throat could easily take his life. Li Haobai stared at Lu Chun, full of anger. Lu Chun checked his right shoulder. A section of his sword was embedded in it. Lu Chun, kill me, Li Haobai suddenly said. I admit that I can't beat you, and I won't be able to catch up to you in this lifetime. But you killed my master and martial uncle. If I don't take revenge, I'll be ashamed to face my sect. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. If I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't have the chance to stab me with your sword. Li Haobai's words. Meng Shi, I know that she has always had you in her heart. No matter how much I dote on her and how much I do for her, she has never forgotten you. She never threw away her remaining blood. As he spoke, Li Haobai laughed dejectedly. This is laughable. I, Li Haobai, can be considered a genius that only appears once in 100 years. However, my martial skills are inferior to yours. Even my wife cannot forget you in her heart. Lu Chun, kill me. Li Haobai leaned forward and pressed his neck against the tree branch. Be good to Sheer in the future. At this moment, a beautiful figure flashed over. Then a familiar voice sounded. Brother Lu Chun, I beg you, spare my husband's life. Meng Shi stood beside Li Haobai. Facing Lu Chun, her tears kept flowing. Then, she knelt in front of Lu Chun. Brother Lu Chun, I beg you. Li Haobai looked at Meng Shi in surprise. He did not expect his wife to kneel and plead with Lu Chun for him. Sheer, Meng Shi raised her head and looked at Li Haobai. Haobai, I've let you down all these years. I can't completely forget what happened in the past, but I've never thought of remarrying. If you die, I'll die with you. Brother Lu Chun, I beg you. We've known each other since childhood. My child is still young. Please spare Haobai's life. Meng Shi cried. Looking at the current Meng Shi, a mother and wife, Lu Chun recalled the scene when they first met. Meng Shi helped him choose a cultivation method and weapon. She secretly came to Lu Chun and asked him to make delicious food. He, Yin Zhu, and Meng Shi, a temporary in-name disciple, a cook, and an elite disciple. There was no discrimination between the three children. There was no purpose. They just laughed and played around. They almost became husband and wife. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. Meng Shi was a good girl. It was just that they were not fated to be together. Lu Chun slowly put down the tree branch. Sheer, Haobai is a righteous boy. You didn't choose the wrong person. Meng Shi and Haobai looked at Lu Chun in surprise at the same time. Lu Chun smiled. When we were young, we had unforgettable feelings. It's just that so many years have passed. Some people and some things should be let go. A missed opportunity is a missed opportunity. I've already seen through it. You and I can no longer go back to the past. It's the same for you. When you go home, throw away the remnant blood spear. After that, Lu Chun looked at Li Haobai. When two countries fight, there will definitely be casualties. You and your master have fought for many years. You probably don't remember how many people you've killed. Since you're going to war with the army, you're only prepared to kill, but not to be killed. Isn't that a joke? Li Haobai, if you insist on taking revenge, you can look for me anytime. However, I might not hold back the next time. With that, Lu Chun threw away the tree branch in his hand. He held his shoulder and walked towards the king of Yen. There were hundreds of people guarding the king of Yen. However, when they saw Lu Chun walking towards them step by step, they couldn't help but take a step back. Lu Chun sneered. With a void 9 steps, he was already in front of Yin Zijuan. Do you think that you have a chance to escape from me? When he said that, everyone's hearts tightened. The 12 heavenly spirits have been killed. It would be easy for Lu Chun to kill them. Lu Chun Yu, why are you so strong? This has already exceeded the range of a heavenly spirit expert. Yin Zijuan was angry and afraid. Lu Chun snorted. You don't need to worry about my strength. You just need to understand that now your confidence is gone. Yin Zijuan took a deep breath. When he heard Lu Chun say that he was going to kill the 12 heavenly spirits, who would have believed him? But now, in the blink of an eye, the 12 heavenly spirits of Heaven Saint Nation were all killed. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes and experienced it personally, Yin Zijuan would have thought that he was dreaming. I don't want to repeat what I said before. I'll give you 3 months. If you can't do it well, I'll visit you personally. With that, Lu Chun turned around calmly and walked towards the Tianwu Defense Force. Yin Zijuan was already sweating profusely. He watched as Lu Chun returned to the Tianwu Defense Force before he could recover. Lu Chun said that he would personally come to visit, and his personal visit was obviously not to persuade the guest to come and talk with him. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Lu Chen alone could defeat 1,000 soldiers and slaughter 3 countries. King of Yin, Shuizhang looked at Yin Zijuan. The Prince of Yin let out a long sigh. It seems that everything is heaven's will. How did Tianwu Kingdom manage to recruit someone like Lu Chen? Our Tianwu country has an invincible army, but we can't defeat Lu Chen alone. Chapter 1377. Before Lu Chen left, he took the weapons of the 12 heavenly spirits and glanced at Li Haobai. From the way you used the spirit just now, the person who used the amber heavenly crystal sword should be your master. Li Haobai thought of his master and his heart ached. He nodded, not knowing what Lu Chen wanted to do. Lu Chen threw the amber heavenly crystal sword to Li Haobai. Keep your master's relics well. With that, he turned and left. Although Lu Chen had left, the 3 million heavenly saints' army did not dare to take another step forward. Because Tianwu Kingdom had a consecrator called Lu Chen. Let's go. King Yin seemed to have aged a few decades in an instant. He said weakly, bring the 12 heavenly spirits back to the heavenly saints for a proper burial. King Yin also turned around desolately. However, at this moment, hundreds of deities and immortals from Tianwu Kingdom and Heavenly Saints Kingdom suddenly charged toward the center of the battlefield. They were not fighting, but pouncing toward a tree branch on the ground at the same time. This is mine. This tree branch must be an ancient divine weapon, a tree branch that can kill the 12 heavenly spirits. I must have it. Whoever dares to snatch the weapon that Lu Chen used, I will fight it out with him. Seeing this scene, Wonder was so shocked that she could not speak for a long time. A tree branch that brother used actually attracted deities and deities to fight over? Could it be that brother did not casually pick up that tree branch? Suddenly, the dean of the spiritual academy beside wanted to sigh. I wanted to pick it up just now, but now it seems that I have no chance. They are all deities and deities fighting over it. I have no chance. Wan'er's eyes widened. Even the dean had fallen. Dean, that is just an ordinary tree branch, right? Wan'er said. The dean shook his head. Wan'er, you don't understand. What is a divine weapon? Other than the special material and incomparably sharp, the reason why a divine weapon is a divine weapon, other than the divine weapon itself, the most important thing is who has used it before. With the power of one person, he killed the 12 heavenly spirits in one move. All kinds of legendary divine weapons were defeated by this tree branch. Tell me, in the future, when talking about this battle and this tree branch, isn't it the strongest divine weapon in Tianyuan? Wanner was stunned. Regardless of whether it was the amber heavenly crystal, the sky quake hammer, the baleful bone saber, or the Buddha's lamp and golden alms bowl, which of them were not defeated by that branch? Who could refute that it was the most powerful divine artifact in the Tianyuan continent? But if the weapon that Big Brother used was the strongest godly weapon, then there seemed to be many more at home. Fire sticks, clothes-drying poles, fishing rods, rakes, hoes, and spatulas. Could these be considered the most powerful weapons in Tianyuan? Sai, there really is such a transcendent person in the world. I really don't know who can beat Lu Chen. The dean was still lamenting. Lu Wanner couldn't help but snicker. Dean, I don't think he's strong at all. Just from what I know, there's several people who can make him unable to even fight back. Oh, impossible. Who are you talking about? Lu Wanner smiled and said, My mother, me Uncle Tai. Oomph. As she spoke, Lu Wanner ignored the dean's puzzled expression and turned around proudly. She was in high spirits. Lu Chen looked at the half-destroyed Heaven Marshal City and said to his mother in shame, Mother, I'm afraid this place will take some time to be rebuilt. We won't be able to settle down here. Aya, Chana, you didn't see it. Just now, when the pneuma was used, all the buildings above 3 stories were flattened. Qin Yueqin said, with lingering fear, Mother, it didn't hurt you, right? No, it didn't. Someone told us that the enemy would release fire arrows when attacking the city, so we shouldn't stay at high places. It's just that the scene was a little scary. Lu Chen smiled. That's good. Let's go back to our hometown. It's all over? Lu Chen nodded. It's all over. That Numa was created by you? Ah, mother, I didn't think too much at that time. Now that he thought about it, destroying buildings was indeed quite satisfying. No wonder those good-for-nothing disciples of his helped him tear down his house. Chin suddenly laughed. Her eyes were filled with love. Silly child. If your father could see you now, his spirit in heaven would be gratified. Lu Chen sighed. The biggest regret in this life was that he had to part with his father too early. In the distance, there were already people asking about Lu Chen's whereabouts. It should be Shangwan Hong who sent people to look for him. If he found Shangwan Hong, it would be another round of official words. Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to see him, so he left a note at his residence and left Heaven Marshal City with his mother. A month later, the entire army of the Heaven Saint Empire retreated from Heaven Marshal Country. The cities that were previously annexed were also returned. 2 months later, the Heaven Saint Empire retreated from Heaven Marshal Country. The Emperor of Heaven Marshal Country, who was imprisoned in the Heaven Saint Water Prison, was sent back to be his own emperor. After that, the 3 emperors signed a 100 years armistice agreement in Heaven Saint City. From the beginning to the end, the Emperor of Heaven Marshal Country, Song Wei, thought that he was dreaming. He was already the emperor of a fallen country, but all of a sudden, his country was restored and he became the emperor once more. Not only so, the 3 empires even signed a 100 years armistice agreement. Minister Li, am I dreaming? After signing the armistice agreement, Emperor Song asked the advisor beside him, Emperor, this old subject also thought that I was dreaming, but it seems like it's real. Our Heaven Marshal Country has been restored. The old subject was already in tears. It's just that the citizens of Heaven Marshal Country have suffered great losses. Emperor, you have to stay away from women in the future and pay more attention to the affairs of the country. I understand. Song Wei sighed deeply. The heavens have treated me well and have given me another chance. This time, I will not repeat the same mistake. The war had ended, but the citizens still needed to be pacified. The 3 empires still had a long way to go. Besides, the armistice agreement only lasted for 100 years. No one knew what would happen after 100 years. Even though the Heaven Saint Empire had lost 12 heavenly spirits, their foundation was still there, and they couldn't be underestimated. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Lu Chen anymore. In the following days, he only hoped to stay by his mother's side and live a peaceful life. 5 years later, Lu Wan married a genius disciple of the Zenith Spiritual Academy. His name was Xian Li. Even though he didn't have any background, he had great talent and was a down-to-earth person. It wouldn't be long before he would stand out. After the couple got married, they had a child a year later. Qin stayed at Lu Wan Er's house to help take care of her grandson and enjoy the happiness of a family. Uncle Tai had always been pursuing the martial path. 12 years after the war between the 3 empires, he finally reached the celestial spirit realm. However, with his talent, it was difficult for him to reach the next level. Yanju's talent was mediocre, but he was very smart. More importantly, he was Lu Chen's only disciple. Even though most of it was because he learned how to cook, he was still doing well. In the year 1768 of the Tianyuan era, Qin passed away at the age of 88. 39 years later, Uncle Tai passed away at the age of 132. This servant of the Lu residence who had treated him as his own son and saved Lu Chen with his life was comparable to Lu Chen's father. In another 3 months, it would be Lu Chen's 100th birthday. Lu Chen sat alone in his grandfather's old house. Even though he was still strong, he was already 100 years old in the blink of an eye. Lu Chen let out a long sigh. It's time to leave. Chapter 1378. During this period of time, Lu Chen went to visit Lu Wan. Currently, Wan and Xian Li were both Heaven Spirit Realm experts and were respected by everyone. However, when they saw Lu Chen, the 2 of them immediately removed the glory on their bodies and acted like ordinary people. Lu Chen was also very fond of his sister in this life, but unfortunately, he didn't have any gifts for her. In order not to worry Wan, Lu Chen only said that he was going on a long journey before he left the mystical heaven mansion. Unknowingly, Lu Chen arrived at the Li estate in Sky Saint City. Meng, she was also a god spirit realm expert now. However, Li Haobai had broken through to the heaven spirit realm 30 years ago and was currently the Heavenly Saint Nation's imperial guardian. Today, Meng she was sending her great-grandson to school. Lu Chen saw her from afar. Meng, she looked to be in her 40s. However, she was still charming, and her appearance was still eye-catching. With her strength, it would not be a problem for her to live for another 100 years. If she could break through to the heaven spirit realm, she might be able to live for another 100 years. After Meng, she instructed her great-grandson. She suddenly raised her head. It seemed like someone was watching her from the dark. However, she realized there was no one around. Meng, she stood there in a daze and did not leave for a long time. It was as though she could feel an old friend suddenly visiting her. Perhaps it was to bid farewell to her. 3 months later, Lu Chen walked to the nameless lake alone and picked up the fishing rod that was placed beside the lake. This fishing rod had accompanied Lu Chen for many years. With Lu Chen's fishing skills, Lu Chen caught a lot of fish and put a lot of them into the lake. Most of the fish in the nameless lake could be named now. Lu Chen bent down to pick up the fishing rod. Then, he focused his breath and suddenly thrust the fishing rod out. On the surface of the 100-mile lake, a powerful force broke through the air and the lake water was directly split into two. For a moment, the surface of the lake trembled and waves surged. Lu Chen arrived at the center of the lake in a flash. In an instant, the lake water that was stirred up came crashing down on him. Lu Chen put one hand behind his back, held the fishing rod in the other, and closed his eyes. The unimaginably endless lake water pressed down on Lu Chen as if the sky was collapsing. Lu Chen did not make any movements, but countless spear shadows flashed around Lu Chen's body, forming an airtight defensive array. The moment the lake water fell, it was as if a defensive barrier had been set up around Lu Chen. The water could not get close to him. What was even rarer was that Lu Chen did not use any spiritual power during the whole defensive process. He only used his spear intent to resist the lake water. Suddenly, Lu Chen jumped out of the lake and landed on the shore. At this moment, the clothes on his body were not stained by a single drop of water. It was hard to imagine that he had not been stained by a single drop of water when he had flipped the river and overturned the sea. Only then did Lu Chen open his eyes. In this life, he had lost a lot and experienced a lot. However, the vicissitudes of 100 years had allowed him to comprehend the perfection of spear intent. Spear intent could be as powerful as a thunderbolt breaking through the heavens. It was like when he had slaughtered the Dongfang family in his youth, turning the tide and breaking through 1,000 soldiers with a single anger. It could also be endless and watertight. It was like watching the clouds move and the flowers bloom and fall. Spear intent could move according to one's heart. It was like walking alone under the heavens, with tens of thousands of people bowing down to it. It could also reverse the heavens and earth, with thousands of changes, as if the world was unpredictable. Lu Chen gently stroked the fishing rod in his hand and smiled. I didn't expect that the one who would accompany me to the end would be you. It seems that my fishing practice was not in vain. In this life, Lu Chen's highest realm was the 18-star Savage King. He did not know if this was the limit of cultivation in the ancient realm or if there was some other reason. Of course, to be able to increase his realm by 1 star, Lu Chen's harvest in the ancient realm was already much better than others. Lu Chen smiled, placed the fishing rod by the lake, and returned to his old house alone. When the time was near, Lu Chen closed his eyes and thought about this life. Although there were regrets, there were also family members protecting him. More importantly, his spear intent had reached the great accomplishment stage. It could be said that his life was not in vain. Suddenly, a long-lost dizziness came over him. Lu Chen smiled and said softly, "Waner, Xian Li mother, father, Uncle Tai, Zhuzi Mengshi Li Haobai. Thank you all. Goodbye." According to Lu Chen's thoughts, he had entered the ancient realm on his last year in the 10,000 spirits ancient realm. This time, he should leave the ancient realm directly. However, after a long period of dizziness, when Lu Chun opened his eyes again, he was completely stunned. He did not return to the ancient realm. At this moment, he was in the wilderness, and a female wolf was licking his body. When it came to his body, Lu Chun did not react for a long time. In fact, he was a newly born wolf cub, and he was howling uncontrollably. If someone could understand Lu Chun's current language, it could be translated into one word: F***CK. Not to mention returning to the 10,000 spirits immortal realm. He did not even return to the ancient realm. He directly reincarnated. Moreover, in this life, he was reincarnated as a wolf cub. Damn it, he was not even allowed to be a human anymore. There were strange noises around, and the female wolf seemed to be a little nervous. She picked up Lu Chun's neck and trotted away, bringing Lu Chun into the forest. Lu Chun thought that at his age, a few decades in the Zhouqian and 100 years in the Tianyuan continent, he should have a strong ability to accept things. However, now his head was buzzing. What's going on? Why is this happening? Where is this? Who am I? Not long after, a ferocious spotted tiger suddenly appeared in their den. The tiger was 4 to 5 times larger than an ordinary tiger, and its body was full of muscles. At a glance, one could tell that this forest was not on the same level as the one on Earth. The female wolf hid in the dark. Lu Chun could feel her trembling, and her eyes were fixed on the tiger's movements. Not long after, the tiger finally left. However, the female wolf was cautious and did not dare return to her den. She ran away with Lu Chun in her mouth. Lu Chun did not have time to care about this. He had calmed down a little. Why did he not leave the ancient realm? Could it be that the moment he returned to the ancient realm, a ball of light coincidentally hit him and caused him to reincarnate? The probability of this was too low. Even Lu Chun felt that it was impossible for such a coincidence to happen. Then, there was another possibility. The ball of light that he had entered was the so-called mirror realm. All Lu Chun knew about the mirror realm was that Guing had told him not to enter the mirror realm. Otherwise, he might never come out. As for what the mirror realm looked like and where it was, Lu Chun had no idea. Could it really be the mirror realm? The war of the myriad tribes is imminent, and I haven't started to cultivate the 4th level of the god-slaying spear. Moreover, I have turned into a wolf now. Damn it, am I going to be killed here by the myriad spirits' ancient realm? The she-wolf found a piece of meat out of nowhere and swallowed herself. Lu Chun had no interest in eating raw meat. However, he inadvertently saw that the female wolf's body had grown bigger after the meal. What's going on? A world where devouring makes one stronger? Then, is it possible that my bloodline of the myriad tribes can be strengthened here? In the myriad spirits' immortal realm, little beast, Fluffy, an originator, had been out of the divine beast island for 3 days. The 3 of them stood in front of the ancient temple, waiting listlessly. Fluffy, originator, why hasn't our dad come out yet? Guing said that he came out on the same day as us. It's been 3 days. Little beast leaned on originator comfortably. Squeak, 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 squeak. That's impossible, little furball. My dad can't get married, and he can't get married in the ancient realm either. He's not fated to be married, the little beast said with certainty. I've urged him so many times. Do you think he cares? Fortunately, I have a younger brother now. I really want to go back and see him. I'll bring him a lot of beast cores. As his elder brother, I must spoil him. Chapter 1379. The she-wolf's body grew larger and larger as she devoured. Lu Chun was currently breastfeeding, so he stumbled along behind his mother. Although Lu Chun's mother was now a wild beast, Lu Chun could still feel a mother's love. Every day, the she-wolf guarded Lu Chun. Only when they were hunting would she leave Lu Chun in a safe place. Every night, the mother and son would return to their little nest, which was just as warm. A month later, Lu Chun's fur grew thicker and thicker. Astonishingly, he was now covered in white fur. The white wolf looked quite handsome to humans, but in the dangerous jungle, it became even more dangerous. At this time, Lu Chen began to eat some raw meat. After being reincarnated as a wolf, Lu Chen's body defeated his consciousness. He quickly developed a liking for raw meat. When he saw his mother bring back food, he would run over and bite it fiercely. At night, Lu Chen curled up beside his mother and looked at the starry sky above through the tall forest. Whether this was the mirror realm or not, he would probably be able to confirm it after this life ended. After all, the probability of being hit by two balls of light in a row as soon as he exited the ancient realm was almost zero. However, if Lu Chen had entered the mirror realm, then an even bigger problem would arise. How was he going to get out? He didn't have much time left. However, no matter how anxious Lu Chen was, he was powerless in his current state. He was now a wolf cub, and his mother had left the pack for some reason. They were in danger at all times. In addition, after turning into a wolf, Lu Chen couldn't fight like a human. In his current situation, he could only take one step at a time. In less than 2 days, his mother moved with Lu Chen. His mother had smelled the scent of a powerful wild beast. As a lone wolf, the best thing to do was to stay away from it. Over the next year, this kind of thing happened many times. His mother was extremely alert, and this alertness helped Lu Chen survive his childhood. 2 years later, Lu Chen had grown to his mother's original size. He was about the same size as an adult male wolf, but his mother's current size was on a completely different level. Now, his mother's body was almost the size of a rhinoceros. If such a huge wolf was seen on Earth, it would definitely cause a sensation. However, in this primeval forest, Lu Chen had seen even more terrifying creatures with his mother. He knew that with his current size, he still needed to be careful in order to survive. When he was sleeping that night, Lu Chen vaguely felt that someone was licking his fur. He turned around and saw that it was his mother, but there were tears in her eyes. Mother rubbed her huge head against Lu Chen intimately. Lu Chen was a little confused. What was wrong with his mother today? Then his mother actually turned around and quickly went into the forest, disappearing from sight. Lu Chen finally understood that his mother was saying goodbye to him. Even animals had a mother's love. Although Lu Chen's mother was a wolf in this life, he could still feel her feelings for him. She gave him food, taught him how to hunt, and protected Lu Chen at all times. Now that his mother had suddenly left, Lu Chen felt very sad. However, perhaps this was the way their tribe raised their cubs. When the cub was 2 years old, the mother wolf would leave. In the future, he would need to survive in this vast forest by himself. "Mother, I hope you're safe." Lu Chen sighed. Sure enough, the mother wolf didn't return for a few days. She left the safest habitat for Lu Chen and went far away. Not long after, Lu Chen felt hungry. He began to learn from his mother and began to hunt some weak animals, wild rabbits, voles. In the ancient realm, the divine abilities Lu Chen could use were very limited. First, they had to be techniques that didn't rely on any equipment. Secondly, these techniques could only be used after Lu Chen formed a spirit core. Moreover, only a portion of them could be used. It seemed that this was caused by the laws of this world being different from the laws of the Jutian world. The all-creation bloodline was very special. It wasn't a piece of equipment, nor was it a technique. Instead, it was a bloodline inheritance. Even in his 2 reincarnations, the all-creation bloodline had always followed Lu Chen into the ancient realm. He still remembered that when he first obtained the all-creation bloodline, there was a note in the description. Consuming beast cores can increase the grade of the bloodline. However, Lu Chen discovered another way to increase the all-creation bloodline. Directly consuming the wild beasts here could also increase the all-creation bloodline by a small amount. The principle behind this was that these wild beast bloodlines were precisely the materials for high-grade wild beasts to form beast cores. Not only that, as they ate more, it seemed that the creatures here could rapidly grow and break through the norm. Since I'm already here, I'll find a way out while seeing if I can increase the rank 2 all-creation bloodline by 2 levels. Lu Chen's requirements weren't high. At least, he hadn't encountered a powerful wild beast with a beast core yet. At this rate, he could only increase the bloodline by 1 or 2 levels in 100 years. However, Lu Qin's all-creation bloodline had already reached rank 2, 1 level. His attributes had increased by 60%. In other words, his body was 60% stronger than wolves of the same age. To find a way out, it was obviously impossible to stay in this small area forever. Lu Qin had to explore the wider world. I have to form a spirit core as soon as possible. No. I have to form a beast core. Lu Qin made up his mind and began his crazy hunt. Obtain a long-tailed wild rabbit. Sorry, little rabbit, I'm going to eat you. In his boredom, Lu Qin dubbed himself and then wolfed down his prey. These wild grasses seem to be some kind of spirit grass here. I've seen my mother give them to me before. Lu Qin found a spirit grass in a cave and ate it all without hesitation. When Lu Qin was tired and prepared to return to his nest, he found that his nest had been occupied. A strong, bristle-furred wild boar was reinforcing Lu Qin's nest. It seemed that it had treated this place as its home. Although this wild boar was about the same size as Lu Qin, its bristle-furred body was tough. In terms of strength, the wild boar was definitely far superior to Lu Qin. Lu Qin gnashed his teeth in hatred, but he didn't dare to find trouble with the wild boar for the time being. Damn, this guy is too strong. Its strength and defense are far above mine. Let's retreat first. Although Lu Qin was forced to leave his nest, he didn't go far. The area left behind by his mother didn't have any powerful wild beasts. Lu Qin avoided that ferocious wild boar and didn't encounter any real danger. On this day, Lu Qin hunted a fox that was slightly smaller than him. After swallowing it, he suddenly felt a warm current surging in his body. This feeling was very similar to when a cultivator broke through a realm. Am I going to break through? After a moment, Lu Qin came to the side of a small stream. Looking at his reflection in the water, he was somewhat astonished. His body was slightly larger than before. He didn't know when, but a tuft of pure black hair had appeared on his forehead. It was especially conspicuous among the snow-white fur on his body. One-star little wolf monster? Lu Qin wondered if he should be called that. He didn't know if there were people in this world. The forest was too big. He didn't have the chance to see the whole picture of the world he was in. No matter what, Lu Qin had already completed his first level up. The first thing he had to do was to hunt a steel-backed wild boar. Chapter 1380. Lu Qin hid in the bushes and observed the wild boar. That guy found a lot of spirit herbs and spirit fruits and decorated its new home luxuriously. This guy was different from other wild boars. It would also eat other small beasts. Lu Qin frowned. He found a tuft of black hair on the wild boar's forehead. This guy is also 1 star. Lu Qin realized that he had miscalculated. The opponent's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. It's 1 star, I'm also 1 star. But I have the all-living things bloodline. I might be able to defeat it. Lu Qin thought for a moment and decided not to wait. If he waited any longer, the heavenly abode would come. It would be even more difficult for him to hunt for food. And this guy had stored a lot of food. He would not be able to defeat it in the coming spring. While the steelback wild boar was organizing its food reserves, Lu Qin suddenly rushed out from the forest and bit the wild boar's neck. The steelback wild boar screamed and scurried around, kicking its limbs. In terms of strength, the steelback wild boar's strength was higher than Lu Qin's, who had added 60% to his attributes. Lu Qin's body was dragged around by the steelback wild boar. He did not know how many hooves and spikes he had suffered. Lu Qin was kicked until he was dizzy. His body was still pierced by the steelback wild boar's bristles. But Lu Qin still bit the steelback wild boar's neck and refused to let go. He could not let go. Otherwise, he might die in the hands of this guy. The throat was one of the steelback wild boar's lifelines. Lu Qin kept increasing his strength, letting his teeth pierce the steelback wild boar's throat and blood vessels. Large amounts of blood flowed from his teeth into Lu Qin's mouth. This blood helped Lu Qin maintain his consciousness. This was a battle of endurance. Lu Qin did not know how many blows he had received, but the steelback wild boar was also losing a lot of blood and stamina. 10 minutes later, the steelback wild boar's stamina was finally exhausted. It staggered a few steps and fell to the ground. Lu Chun was already covered in injuries. He barely stood in front of the steelback wild boar and quickly bit the steelback wild boar's throat until it was completely dead. Then Lu Chun fainted. When Lu Chun woke up in the evening, he found that the wild boar's corpse had stiffened and the blood on the ground had congealed. Fortunately, it was winter now and the smell of blood had not completely spread. Otherwise, it would definitely attract other wild beasts. At that time, he would really have wasted his efforts. Lu Chun was seriously injured, but fortunately, there was a large amount of supplies nearby. He dragged the wild boar into the den and began to gorge himself. When he finished eating all the food in the wild boar's nest, he leveled up again. This upgrade also healed the injuries on his body. Lu Chun finally reached 2 stars. A 1-star wild boar could already walk unhindered in this forest. Lu Chun was now a 2-star wild boar. Unless he encountered some super strong wild beasts, there were no wild beasts in this forest that could threaten him. In the following days, Lu Chun searched everywhere for food. He didn't let go of any small wild beasts, spirit herbs, or spirit fruits. After winter, snow covered the forest, and food became scarce. Fortunately, Lu Chun had a large reserve. Moreover, his white fur helped him catch food several times, so he didn't starve to death. However, in the depths of winter, the surrounding food could no longer support Lu Chun's survival. He had no choice but to search for food further away. In the process of searching for prey, Lu Chun accidentally found a 3-star bear monster that was hibernating. This was a rare opportunity. Lu Chun naturally wouldn't miss it. To deal with this guy, he had to kill it in one hit. Otherwise, when the bear monster woke up, the unlucky one would be Lu Chun. For this reason, Lu Chun spent some effort and spent a few days to find a stalagmite. He sharpened it and held it in his mouth. After identifying the location, Lu Chun directly pierced the bear monster's throat with the stone spike and ran away. After the bear monster woke up from the pain, it howled. However, it could only look at a white wolf coldly looking at it from afar. The white wolf's gaze was sinister and cold, as if waiting for the bear monster to die. The bear monster pulled out the stalagmite. Immediately, blood flowed from its wound. After holding on for more than half an hour, it finally breathed its last. Lu Chun had profited greatly this time. After eating his fill, his level had also risen to 3-star. The unique characteristic of the all-creation bloodline was that the higher the basic attributes, the greater the benefits. Now, Lu Chun's body was comparable to an adult tiger. In addition to his all-creation bloodline, Lu Chun was confident that if he met a 3-star bear monster again, he wouldn't be weak. After the beginning of spring, Lu Chun's hunting range had greatly expanded. Lu Chun's hunting targets had also become some ferocious beasts: jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. As long as their stars didn't exceed 3-star, Lu Chun wouldn't let them go. Lu Chun's level also began to rise rapidly. 4-star, 6-star, 8-star, 9-star. After reaching 9-star, Lu Chun broke through a large realm and finally formed a beast core. Although the current beast core wasn't enough to activate a powerful cultivation technique, he could already use some movement techniques that didn't consume much energy. Currently, he could use the triple gate. With such a godly skill like the triple gate, Lu Chun's hunting efficiency had greatly increased. As long as the prey was targeted by Lu Chun, it would be impossible for them to escape. Lu Chun continuously leveled up in the endless hunting bloodline. Spring passed and autumn came. Day after day, year after year. There were no humans in this world, only all kinds of powerful beasts. In the blink of an eye, it had already been 60 years since Lu Chun came to this world. Now, Lu Chun's level had already reached 7-star, 5-star. After leveling up, if he wanted to level up again, the difficulty would be thousands of times higher than before. His body was also no longer the same as before. His height had reached 15 meters, and his body length was over 20 meters. He was already a veritable wolf king. Now, the beasts that Lu Chun hunted were all very high level. Some even exceeded the 9th rank. The beast cores of these beasts provided a large amount of materials for the myriad bloodline. Lu Chen's myriad bloodline had also leveled up. In the remaining 40 years, it wouldn't be difficult for Lu Chen to level up his myriad bloodline again. In these 60 years of his life as Wolf King, Lu Chen had discovered several architectural ruins. From these ruins, Lu Chen deduced that there had been intelligent creatures in this world a long time ago. It was just that for some reason, they had already gone extinct. Since then, this world had become a paradise for beasts. The beasts here had evolved by devouring, and now they had become extremely powerful rulers. 3 years later, Lu Chen saw a tall tower in the depths of the forest. Could it be a ruin left behind by those intelligent creatures of the past? Lu Chen hurriedly advanced in the direction of the tower. Arriving in front of the tower, Lu Chen saw a stone tablet before he even reached the tower. When Lu Chen noticed the stone tablet, the characters on the tablet automatically rearranged themselves. Before long, they formed Chinese characters that Lu Chen could understand. 100 lives of reincarnation have no beginning or end. 10,000 years of vicissitudes are all empty. The mirror's realm, the flower in the water. Break and become an emperor. Trap and become a prisoner. Lu Chen's eyes widened. This was really the mirror's realm. Not only that, this place seemed to be the key to surpassing the human king realm. Chapter 1381. There were realms above the human king realm. Lu Chen's breathing began to quicken. For immortals, the ancient realm was a place to comprehend concepts. However, for Lu Chen, he could still improve his realm here. This was something no immortal could do. After all, there were no immortals in the ancient realm, and Lu Chen happened to not be an immortal. Now, Lu Chen received 2 pieces of news at the same time. The good news was that there were still human sovereigns above the human king realm. The bad news was that he was indeed trapped in the mirror realm. I wonder who left this stone tablet behind. It can actually transform into Chinese characters. It's so magical. It shouldn't be the work of humans. Lu Chen thought for a while, but couldn't think of a reason. Then, Lu Chen went to the tower in front of him. To Lu Chen's disappointment, this tower was only a library. The books inside were all words that Lu Chen couldn't understand. However, judging from the illustrations on the book covers, they seemed to be books that recorded past historical events. Perhaps before the extinction of an intelligent race, they had recorded the history of their race in this indestructible tower for their descendants. Unfortunately, there are no descendants in this world now, only countless wild beasts. Lu Chen lay in front of the tower, frowning. From the hint of the stone tablet, he could either break the mirror realm or be trapped in it forever. So, I still have to improve my strength. In the long years that followed, Lu Chen spent his time in endless hunting. 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, 20 years, until the 100-year period. In this life, Lu Chen's myriad tribe bloodline had improved to the 2nd stage, 3 stars. However, his realm was still stuck at 18 stars, and there was still no movement. If Lu Chen's guess was correct, after reaching the 18-star human king realm, he might need a qualitative change, which was the human sovereign realm. 100 years was a long time, but after experiencing it and looking back, it seemed like a snap of the fingers. In the depths of the forest, Lu Chen closed his eyes slightly. He seemed to see his mother who had raised him when he was young, and also saw a group of female wolves who wanted to have sex. In this life, he was a lone wolf, and he had finished walking. There was a familiar dizziness. Lu Chen silently prayed that he would be eliminated as a human. It was almost impossible for one person to explore the entire world, but in a world with people, at least some rumors could help him. I wonder what the situation outside is like. Lu Chen took a deep breath. Although he was worried about the war of the myriad races and immortals, he still had to find a way out. This time, Lu Chen's luck was not bad. He was reincarnated into an ordinary family with good conditions. Moreover, he had an elder sister. When he was very young, Lu Chen discovered a very serious problem. His parents didn't allow him to be as mischievous as he was in his first life. They also didn't allow him to do any menial work. On the contrary, his sister, who was only 2 years older than him, had to do some menial work for the family when she was 6 or 7 years old. It was the same at home. His mother's name was Lu Jun. She was in charge of external affairs and making money. His father's name was Song Hui. He was in charge of internal affairs and took care of the wife and children. Even Lu Chen's surname was taken from his mother. Chenna, you're a boy. It's good for you to learn embroidery or learn some zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Why do you have to learn martial arts from your sister? His mother said to Lu Chen earnestly, in the future, your sister will inherit the family business. Once you learn the skills, you can marry into a good family. Lu Chen almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Unfortunately, he was reincarnated into a normal family. However, this world was different from Earth. Here, women were superior to men. Lu Chen said with tears in his eyes, Mother, I don't want to learn embroidery. You child, I'm telling you, this is not up to you. In the second half of the year, I'll ask your father to send you to the male hall and let the teacher teach you well. After saying that, his mother flung her sleeves and left the room. Lu Chen was speechless. If he couldn't learn martial arts in this life, what was the point of playing? It was better to end it on his own and hurry to the next reincarnation. However, Lu Chen couldn't make up his mind. God knows what he would be reincarnated into in his next life. Last time, he was a wolf or a world that devoured evolution. However, if he reincarnated into a pig or a dog, wouldn't it be even worse? Forget it. If women were superior to men, then so be it. In other worlds that valued men more than women, there are also women who practice martial arts. Lu Chen couldn't go against his parents' orders at such a young age. In the second half of the year, he went to the male hall to learn male etiquette and learn embroidery and weaving. Usually, Lu Chen would pester his sister to teach him martial arts. Lu Chen's sister was called Lu Jiao. She loved her little brother very much. She couldn't stand Lu Chen's pestering and secretly taught him martial arts. These peaceful days were broken when Lu Chen was 16 years old. On this day, his mother called Lu Chen to the living room. At this time, there were 3 or 4 bold women sitting in the living room. They were all looking at Lu Chen. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my son, Lu Chen. He's 16 years old this year. Chen greets ladies and gentlemen. Aya, Sister Lu is so lucky. We haven't seen each other for a few years, and your son has already grown so big. He's now a slender and elegant bud. Yes, Chen, do you still remember me? I even hugged you when you were young. I didn't expect Chen to change so much and become so beautiful. I heard that young Master Lu usually doesn't leave the house except for going to the male hall. It's hard to find a man who's so obedient nowadays. I was wondering why I hadn't heard of any family's young master being so outstanding. It turns out that Chen never leaves the house. Lu Chen's face was full of despair. What kind of adjectives were these? Why were they used on him? Slender and elegant? I'm slender and elegant, your head. What do you mean by not leaving the house, obedient and elegant? That's me secretly cultivating in my room. His mother also felt proud. She took out Lu Chen's handkerchief and showed it to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look. This is my son's handkerchief. Does it meet your eyes? Lu Chen sighed. That handkerchief was something he asked his classmate to do for him. How could he do such a thing? Aya, it's really well done. Chen is indeed clever with his hands. Damn it, what kind of world is this? I'm about to go crazy. Lu Chen cursed in his heart. Lu Chen's mother chatted with everyone for a while before finally getting to the main topic. Regarding my son's marriage, I'll have to trouble all of you. You're too kind. Chen looks are outstanding, and he's brimming with talent. He's educated and well-mannered. Ladies from every family will definitely fight over him. Old Lu, don't worry. Leave this matter to us. A few months later, sure enough, a lady from a big family came to visit, just to see Lu Chen's beautiful face. At night, Lu Chen sneaked into his sister's room with a sullen face. Chen, what's wrong? Lu Jiao looked at Lu Chen in surprise. Is it because you don't like any of the ladies? Lu Chen said weakly, Sister, I don't want to marry. No, I don't want to get married. Lu Jiao smiled and patted Lu Chen's shoulder. Silly child. Women and men should get married when they're of age. What's wrong with that? How can you really play with knives and sticks every day? Which family's men are as mischievous as you? Sister, you haven't even started a family yet. I'm different. I'm a woman. If I don't start a career, how can I start a family? Mother wants me to join the army next year to fight against the mutants. I'll go for you. Nonsense. You're a boy. Do you think you'll have a good time in the army? If those women know that there's a man in the army, do you know what the consequences will be? His sister said sternly. Lu Chun thought about it in reverse. It did seem a little dangerous. Although he really wanted to find a wife, he couldn't resist an army of hundreds of thousands. This damned 100 lives of reincarnation was really going to play him to death. Chapter 1382. In the end, Lu Chun was still betrothed to the seventh daughter of the Tian family, an official of the military academy in the city. To be able to marry into an official's family, the Lu family status was further elevated. However, it could only be said that Lu Chun was unlucky. It was agreed that the seventh daughter would return from the army in half a year, so the two families held a wedding ceremony first. However, the seventh daughter died on the battlefield. Lu Chun had not even seen her and had already lost his wife. The head of the Tian family called Lu Chun in front of him. "Chun, you just married into the family and the seventh daughter," Matriarch said, and could not help but wipe her tears. "Chun, we won't force you. If you want to remarry, the Tian family will not have any objections." Lu Chun sighed and said firmly, "Chun will not remarry. Born as a member of the Tian family, I will die as a ghost of the Tian family. This child, the Tian family has mistreated you." Chun, it doesn't feel mistreated, but Chun has a request. There's no harm in saying it. The Tian family is a martial arts family. Even a men in the family can practice martial arts. Since I married the seventh daughter, I am a member of the Tian family. I hope Matriarch will allow me to practice martial arts. Of course, the Tian family's scholarly achievements were built on horseback. You are the husband of the Tian family, so naturally, you can practice martial arts. Matriarch said, "Men are not inferior to women. Not only can you practice martial arts, as long as you can reach the corresponding level, your resources will be distributed according to the Tian family standards." Lu Chun heaved a sigh of relief. He had been oppressed for more than 10 years in this life. He did not expect that this time he could finally practice martial arts openly. It was said that the seventh daughter was very beautiful. Unfortunately, Lu Chun did not have such luck. However, to be able to exchange it for a chance to practice martial arts normally, this marriage was not a loss. In the beginning, Lu Chun went through some systematic learning and had a detailed understanding of the Wuji continent. Putting aside the custom of women being superior to men, the Wuji continent was also a standard martial arts world. Martial arts were respected, and there were many strong people. The martial way here was still inseparable from spiritual energy. However, compared to the Tianyuan continent that focused on spiritual veins, the people here focused more on the strength of the body. From low to high, they were divided into 9 realms: warrior, martial artist, and martial master. Each realm had 9 levels. In addition to martial artists, there were also alchemists, blacksmiths, and necromancers. Together, they formed the complete martial Dao system of the Wuji continent. In the past, Lu Chun had always been cultivating in secret. His cultivation level was only at the 3rd level of the martial warrior realm. Although Lu Chun's cultivation level did scare some people, as no ordinary man could reach the 3rd level of the martial warrior realm. However, after the initial shock, Lu Chun's rank was still not worth mentioning in the Tian family. At night, when Lu Chun was alone in his room, he finally had a chance to sort out the clues. Judging from the situation of the Tianyuan continent and the Wuji continent, one places more emphasis on spiritual energy, while the other places more emphasis on physical strength. Both can be cultivated to a level second only to tribulation immortals. Including the life when I became the Wolf King, I also cultivated to the level of a 9 tribulation Wolf King. In other words, if these worlds are like the Jiuqian world, it's equivalent to me having to cultivate to the 9-star King realm again and again. 100 lives of reincarnation, which means that I have to cultivate from an ordinary person to the human king realm 100 times. However, even immortals can't guarantee that they can cultivate to the human king realm in every life. For example, when the Liu family was destroyed in the Tianyuan continent, Liu Chun had a narrow escape. If he died, he naturally couldn't reach the heavenly spirit realm. In the Wolf King's first life, the female wolf brought Liu Chun into a forest full of danger. The slightest carelessness would have caused the mother and son to die in the mouth of a tiger. In this life, if Liu Chun chose another family, he might have to scrupulously abide by women's virtues, take care of his wife, and teach his children. He wouldn't have the opportunity to cultivate it all. Most importantly, who knew what kind of strange world the next world would be? Thinking of this, Liu Chun slightly narrowed his eyes. Since I'm a human and not an immortal, I have to enter the reincarnation cycle. And to break through to the human king realm, does it mean that I have to be the human king realm 100 times before I can defy heaven and change my fate to become the human emperor? The more Liu Chun thought about it, the more he thought so. Disregarding his strange 18-star human king identity, if he only calculated according to the limit of 9-star, without experiencing unimaginable hardships, how could a human defeat an immortal? Thinking of this possibility, Liu Chun suddenly had a bold idea. With his strength, the advantage of the universal bloodline, and the advantage of the celestial demon origin cultivation method, he might be able to cultivate to the human king realm many times in one life. He wanted to leave the mirror realm as soon as possible, so he couldn't waste a second. This is my third life. To the outside world, it should be my 5th year in the 10,000 spirits ancient realm. The war of the 10,000 races is imminent. If I can complete 100 rounds of the human king realm in this life, I might have a chance to leave early. Liu Chen's eyes widened. Completing 100 rounds of the human king realm in one life was simply unimaginable to the average person. Even if an immortal entered this world, it was impossible to complete it. But Liu Chen knew that he had to try. Then I'll borrow the power of the Tian family. Liu Chen had just made up his mind when he suddenly saw a figure moving outside the door. He opened the door abruptly and saw a figure fall in directly from the outside. Liu Chen looked at the person in surprise. When she got up, she seemed to be at a loss. "Miss Jiu, what are you doing here at this time of night?" "Brother-in-law." Miss Jiu was 2 years younger than Liu Chen. Her appearance was exquisite and impeccable, and her long hair was tied up with a heroic spirit. At this moment, her eyes were a little flustered, but she couldn't help but size up Liu Chen. It was late at night, and Liu Chen was wearing very little, so the muscles on his chest could be vaguely seen. Miss Jiu stared at Liu Chen's chest for a few seconds and swallowed her saliva. "Brother-in-law, I was afraid that you would be hungry." Liu Chen saw Miss Jiu's gaze and knew what she was thinking. Usually, the few women in the residence would often sneak glances at him, like a cat that was hungry for fish. Although Liu Chen would be happy to help Miss Jiu satisfy her cravings, the Wuji continent was different from other worlds. The requirements for men here were particularly strict. If one wanted to establish a foothold in the Tian family, one must not do anything out of line. Such a beautiful girl, yet Liu Chen still couldn't touch her. "Ninth sister, I'm not hungry. It's getting late. If people see you here, they will inevitably gossip. You should leave early." Suddenly, Miss Jiu turned around and closed the door. Then, she strode in front of Liu Chen and grabbed his wrist. "Chener, I like you." "Ninth sister, what are you doing?" Liu Chen looked at Miss Jiu in horror. Is this woman going to use force? I don't care anymore. In a moment of desperation, Liu Chen directly struck out with his palm. Miss Jiu didn't expect Liu Chen to have so much strength. She was directly sent flying and broke the door. Liu Chen's punch was surprisingly strong, mainly because he was heartbroken. "Listen, if you dare to harass me again, I will break your legs," Liu Chen said with tears in his eyes. Little Beast, Little Fur Ball, and Little Originator waited in front of the ancient temple for more than a year. Now, Gu Ying and the others said that Liu Chen had definitely entered the mirror realm. The mirror realm? Little Beast was in a trance. Can Dad still come out? The venerable Saint Martial Celestial shook his head. I don't know. It said that one can't return to the Jiuqian after entering the mirror realm. But that's just a rumor. No one who has really entered the mirror realm has ever come out. Guing looked at Little Beast, Little Furball, and Little Originator in despair and felt sorry for Lu Chun. Little Beast, my condolences. Little Beast suddenly raised its head and said angrily, I believe Dad will come out. He won't leave us alone. The venerable Saint Martial Celestial suddenly said, Little Beast is right. None of us are qualified to make a conclusion about the outcome of the mirror realm. But you should return to the human realm now. Little Beast asked why. The war of the 10,000 clans against the human clan will begin in 7 months. For the human clan, it may be the final battle. Chapter 1383. The little beast knew that the myriad clan's immortal war was what its father was most concerned about. After much hesitation, it took the little furball and the little originator back to the human immortal realm. Guing, accompany them back, Saint Martial Immortal said. Without the visiting order, it would be inconvenient for the little beast and the others to return. Yes, Immortal Master. Before the little beast left, it looked back at the ancient temple, took a deep breath, and murmured, Dad, we will wait for you in the human immortal realm. Early in the morning, the female generals of the Tian family had already come out of the martial arts field of the Tian family. The Tian family was a martial arts family, and the most important thing in practicing martial arts was perseverance. The female generals' shouts could be heard from the martial arts field, and every move they made must be done with all their strength. At this moment, a tall man walked straight into the martial arts field. Today, Lu Chun was dressed in a white robe. His long hair was tied to the top of his head according to the rules of the extreme martial world. Lu Chun's height of 1.9 meters was outstanding here. When Lu Chun was serious, he had a manly temperament that no man in this world had. The group of young female generals on the training field couldn't help but stop and look at Lu Chun curiously. It's 7th brother-in-law. Is he really going to practice martial arts? He does look like he is, but practicing martial arts is not something that can be done in a day. He seems to be a 3rd-level martial warrior, which is considered high among men. But in our Tian family, even a servant is higher than this. Lu Chun ignored the discussion around him and walked to the weapon rack. 5th young lady looked at Lu Chun with great interest. 7th brother-in-law, do you want to use a sword or something? The weapons here are too heavy. Let me help you choose a suitable one. Lu Chun faintly smiled. Train intent! Exclamation point. After that, Lu Chun's eyes fell on a 2-meter-long spear hanging on the wall. He kicked the bottom of the spear with his right foot, and the spear was kicked high into the air and flew directly to the martial arts field. Lu Chun stepped on the stairs, somersaulted, and caught the spear in midair. With the long spear in hand, even if yin and yang intersected and the world turned upside down, it would still be difficult to stop Lu Chun's footsteps. The heavy spear in his hand moved even more smoothly. The spear in his hand struck out like a dragon, its spear momentum ever-changing. Before the spear arrived, the killing intent had already arrived. What kind of spear art is this? That country protecting divine martial spear in 7th brother-in-law's hands is like an extension of his arm, changing unpredictably. 7th brother-in-law's marksmanship is unrestrained, yet firm and soft. It's simply as you wish. It's impossible to master such spear arts without decades of practice. A valiant woman cupped her fist beside Lu Chun and said, Brother-in-law, I, Tianing, would like to ask for brother-in-law's advice on spear techniques. What do you think? Lu Chun withdrew his spear and glanced sideways. This woman was the eldest daughter of the Tian family, the #1 expert among the younger generation of the Tian family. She was also a military officer at the border of the Holy Hall Empire. She had just returned home a few days ago to attend the funeral of her 7th younger sister. Big sister, please, Lu Chun said. Tianing was using a heavy saber. It seemed to be even heavier than Lu Chen's spear. Tianning cupped her fists and said, "Brother-in-law, I'm a martial warrior level 4. I'll only use the strength of a martial warrior level 3 later." Lu Chen said indifferently, "No need. Go all out." Everyone was stunned. Lu Chen actually wanted Big Sister to go all out when there was a difference of a whole realm. When one reached the martial warrior level, they would form a spirit nucleus. The power of their every move was fundamentally different from that of a martial warrior. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Big Sister, a lion and a tiger will go all out when hunting a rabbit. Don't worry, I'll know when to stop." Everyone was even more shocked. Lu Chen knew when to stop? It was the opposite. At this moment, the Tian family's matriarch happened to be inspecting the martial arts field and saw this scene. The butler frowned slightly and said, "Isn't this seventh brother-in-law a little too arrogant?" The matriarch didn't say anything and said, "I've long heard that young Master Lu likes to practice martial arts. That's good too. Let this child experience what it means to be an expert. Inger will go easy on him." Tianning thought for a moment. Lu Chen was still young after all. It was inevitable that he didn't have much experience. With his strength, it was normal for him to be conceited among his peers, especially men. Tianning also saw the matriarch. Since the matriarch didn't say anything to stop him, it seemed that she also wanted to teach Lu Chen a lesson. "Chen, be careful." Tianying's body exploded with a strong spirit energy. She slashed at Lu Chen with a mountain-splitting chop. This slash was heavy and powerful. Lu Chen hadn't formed a spirit nucleus yet, so he couldn't take it head-on. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Although he could defeat 10 with brute force, he wasn't just 10 with brute force. Seeing the opponent's slash, Lu Chen took a wrong step. When he turned around, his white robe fluttered. Just as the opponent's saber was about to fall, Lu Chen moved half a body's length away and turned around with his spear. Tianying's saber fell to the ground, but Lu Chen's spear just happened to stop at Tianying's throat. Half a minute more, and Tianying would have lost her life under the spear. But Lu Chen had calculated the opponent's position to the extreme. Not half a minute more, not half a minute less. When the opponent's move was about to fall, it was the time to subdue the enemy. Seeing this scene, the matriarch was dumbfounded. Tianying had been on the battlefield for a long time and had rich combat experience. In a situation where she was a realm higher than Lu Chen, she was defeated by Lu Chen in one move. It was simply unimaginable. Tianying's eyes were filled with horror. Her body was drenched in sweat. She could already feel the spear's tip at her throat. If she really wanted to kill Lu Chen, if she took another step, her throat would have been pierced by Lu Chen's spear. This guy was too scary. Lu Chen put away his spear and cupped his fists at Tianying. "Eldest sister, sorry for the offense." Tianying was still in a daze. Her speed was far superior to Lu Chen's, but Lu Chen's timing was too accurate. "Brother-in-law, who is your master?" Tianying asked. "I'm just self-taught." Lu Chen smiled. He was a wild 18-star human monarch. How could he have a master? "Eldest sister, if there's a chance, bring me to the frontier fortress next time." Tianying did not directly refuse Lu Chen. After all, she had been defeated by Lu Chen. How could she be qualified to criticize Lu Chen? After stretching his muscles, Lu Chen went to the cultivation room to cultivate his spiritual power. After a long time, Tianying finally recovered. The housekeeper was waving at her, as though the matriarch wanted to ask her something. Did you really lose to Lu Chen just now?" The matriarch frowned slightly. "Could it be that you guys agreed on it?" Tianying cupped her fists and replied, "I did lose just now. Chen spear skills are too exquisite. I've been in the army for 10 years and have never seen such accurate spear skills." The matriarch narrowed her eyes. "Chen, that kid was really a martial art prodigy? I've been in the army for 30 years and have never seen such smooth spear skills." Chen said he was going to the frontier fortress to kill enemies? Chenner did say that. The matriarch nodded. Flowers come from the bitter cold, and spears come from sharpening. If he's really a martial arts prodigy, experiencing the baptism of the battlefield will also be beneficial for him. Moreover, since Chun married into the Tian family will naturally serve the country. Mutants killed Old 7. It seems that Chun has long thought about revenge. Tianing looked at the matriarch in surprise. Did she agree? The cultivation resources in the army are far from what our Tian family can compare to. When you return to the army this time, take Chun with you. Remember to take good care of him. Tianing cupped her fists. I understand. Chapter 1384. Lu Chen finally followed Tian Ying and joined the army. Second sister and fourth sister returned to the army with Tian Ying. It was said that the third sister used to be in the army, but unfortunately died on the battlefield. Big sister, do you want to dress up as a woman or something? Lu Chen followed behind Tian Ying and urged his horse to the western border. Dress up as a woman? You look so sharp. Only a fool can't see that you're a handsome man. Tian Ying laughed. Don't worry, there are also male soldiers in the army. Moreover, us three sisters are here. No one can touch you in my camp. Lu Chen sighed. With Big Sister protecting him, the military career he was looking forward to suddenly lost a lot of fun. In the year 473, Lu Chen officially joined the army at the age of 17. Mutants were not humans, nor were they a foreign race in the Zhoutian. These mutants were extremely strong, had thick skin, and were born with hard scales. Moreover, their intelligence was not inferior to humans. While watching the battle, Lu Chen found that whether it was the human army or the mutant army, the winning side would take the opponent's spirit core. The battle between the two armies was bloody, but Tian Ying was worried that Lu Chen would feel uncomfortable seeing it for the first time. However, Lu Chen had seen more than this. Big sister, can this spirit core be refined directly? Why we have to take the opponent's spirit core? Tian Ying asked. Aren't you afraid? It's okay. Tian Ying shook her head. You're really different from ordinary men. Even a female soldier would be scared when seeing this scene for the first time. The reason why we can directly take the opponent's spirit core is actually related to an ancient legend in the Wuji continent. Tian Ying said, it is said that when Nuo molded people, she molded half of a piece of soil into a human. It was a pity to throw away the other half, so she molded it into a mutant. Therefore, we and the mutants are actually complementary ends. We can directly absorb each other's spirit core. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Sure enough, there were all kinds of strange things in this world. Tian Ying gave Lu Chen a request. Even if his spear skills were outstanding, he could not go to the battlefield to kill the enemy before reaching the martial artist realm. After all, without the support of spiritual energy, normal attacks would not even be able to pierce through the mutant scales. There were many cultivation formations in the army. Lu Chen could only use a small cultivation formation in Tian Ying's military camp. Even so, it was still better than secretly cultivating at home in the past. With the help of the cultivation array, Lu Chen broke through to the martial artist realm in 1.5 months and developed his own spirit nucleus. According to the experiences of his previous life in the Tianyuan continent, Lu Chen estimated that he could reach the divine spirit realm in 8 years and reach the heavenly spirit realm in 4 years. In this life, there was a spirit gathering array in the military camp, so his cultivation speed was even faster. However, to complete the 100 revolutions human king in a mere 100 years, this speed was obviously not enough. Thus, the mutant spiritual nucleus became his greatest hope. Lu Chen really wanted to kill the mutants as soon as possible. However, for the past 5 years, the human race had only been defending the defensive line, while the mutants had never launched a decent attack. Lu Chen really didn't care about this kind of small-scale war. He might as well continue to cultivate. As the West City was relatively peaceful, the 2 defensive lines in the east and south had already moved a large number of refugees to the West City. In these few years, the West City had become the safest place in the entire defensive line. On this day, Tian Ying was training new recruits when a soldier rushed over. Report, Captain Tian, the mutant army suddenly moved from the south to the west. A 700,000-strong army, is rushing towards our West City. The Grand Marshal has ordered the West City to meet the enemy. We must hold them off for 3 days. Tianying's eyes widened. What a great plan! The Grand Marshal is leading the main forces deep into the mutant territory, but they are attacking our defensive line. At this time, the main forces of the human race would normally need 4 to 5 days to rush back to help. Even if they rush back, it would take at least 3 days. The entire West City army only had 110,000 soldiers, but this time, the mutant army had 700,000, 7 times their fighting power. Tianing glanced at the new recruits who were training. In this battle, these new recruits might not be familiar with battle formations yet, and would have to go into battle to kill the enemy. Immediately bring people to evacuate the civilians. Don't cause panic, Tianing said. The West General has already ordered the evacuation. Okay, got it. There was no time to lose. Tianing quickly gathered his 10,000 soldiers and prepared to defend the city walls. Half an hour later, in the distance, a black shadow pressed towards the West City defensive line. The soldiers of the West City had not seen such a scene for many years. Especially the new recruits. They could not help but feel nervous. Tianing stood at the top of the city wall and shouted, "All soldiers, listen to my orders. The enemy is right before us. The enemy outnumbers us by several times, and they're coming with great momentum. We must win. But why did we join the army in the first place? To go into battle and protect our friends and family. Behind us is the Saint Church. Our parents, families, husbands, and children are there. Once we break through, they will all become ghosts under the blades of the mutants. Are you willing to watch your parents, husbands, and children be slaughtered by the mutants?" Everyone raised their heads, and their eyes flashed with a different light. One of the soldiers shouted, "No, if you want to touch my family, you will have to step over my dead body." Tianing shouted, "That's right. Even if we have to fight to the death, as long as there is one of us left, we will not let the mutants slaughter our friends and family. It doesn't matter if we live or die. Even if we die, we will die on the battlefield, with our faces covered in yellow sand." Roars of anger erupted from the city wall. The second sister, Tian Xiang, hurried to Lu Chen's training room. Fortunately, she did not mean any harm. Otherwise, Lu Chen, who was in the state of selflessness, would not be able to resist. She shook Lu Chen awake with great difficulty. Tian Xiang hurriedly said, "Chen, hurry up and leave." Lu Chen frowned slightly. "Where to?" "Big Sister has ordered you to escort the civilians and evacuate them. The mutant army is already at the city wall. Hurry. It will be too late if you wait any longer." "Mutant army?" Lu Chen frowned. "Yes, 700,000 soldiers. Once they break through the city, the civilians will be in trouble." Lu Chen wanted to join the battle, but the order was so. If the mutants broke through the city wall, he could not guarantee the safety of the civilians. Evacuating the civilians was also an important matter. Understood. Lu Chen picked up his spear and was about to leave the training room when he suddenly turned back to look at his second sister. "You, Big Sister and fourth sister?" Tian Xiang smiled. "This is our mission. We will not leave. Chen, go back and tell great-grandmother, father, mother, I am unfilial. I will not be able to fulfill my filial duties." Lu Chen did not lock the door. He could tell that his second sister and the rest were prepared to die in this battle. However, time was of the essence. Lu Chen turned around and left the training room. Looking at Lu Chen's back, Tian Xiang shook her head. "Seventh sister, you are really unlucky. Such a good man. What a pity." Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. "Second sister, you must wait for me." The mutant army was at the city wall. The West General led his troops to meet the enemy. However, the difference in the scale of the battle was too great. The mutant army was like a huge pocket surrounding the 80,000 soldiers of the West General. With a roar of the dragon horn, the mutant army surged forward like a tidal wave. The West General raised his Zamadeo, defend the West City to the death. Kill. Chapter 1385. Lu Chun and a small group of soldiers were evacuating the civilians in the city. The civilians were fleeing in a panic. Lu Chun turned around. Behind him, artillery fire filled the sky, and the sound of fighting filled the sky. Although the manpower here was tight, it was not to the point where they could not do without Lu Chun. Lu Chun thought for a moment, then turned around and returned to the battlefield. Lu Chun, what are you doing? A soldier from Tian Ying's camp pulled Lu Chun back. The enemy's 700,000-strong army is pressing in. You're a man. If you go back now, you'll be courting death. The commandant wants you to evacuate the civilians. He wants you to leave. Lu Chun shook off the soldier's hand. If that's the case, then I'll have to disappoint you. No matter what this extreme martial world is like, I'm a man. How can I let these women stand in front of me? The man was stunned. Wasn't he saying the wrong thing? While she was hesitating, Lu Chun had already run far away. Under such circumstances, she could not chase after him. Sigh, this man is crazy. At this moment, the battle had already begun. 80,000 humans were defending the city gates, while the 700,000-strong army had surrounded the human formation. They began to launch wave after wave of fierce attacks. After a few attacks, the human formation had already lost 20 to 30,000 people. Let's see how long you can last. Don't leave a single one alive. Kill them all. Among the mutants, a general roared loudly. The mutant army once again pressed forward with overwhelming force. This wave of attacks completely disintegrated the humans' defensive formation. The generals of both sides were engaged in a fierce battle. On the city gates, countless attacks were fired into the sky. However, against the 700,000-strong army, these 30,000 city soldiers were only a drop in the bucket. The West general charged into the enemy formation alone. The long sword in his hand was like a flying dragon. In the blink of an eye, he had already killed 30 to 40 mutants. Suddenly, a ferocious general charged out from the mutant army. A pair of giant warhammers smashed towards the West general. Bone tempering. The West general was pushed back by this attack. The huge spiritual energy impact, coupled with the fierce battle, caused the West general to spit out blood. The West general raised his head abruptly and looked at the person who had just arrived. When he saw this person, his eyes widened. The corners of Ao Gu's mouth curled up. Under the command of the human race, there are 4 great generals in the north, south, east, and west. I, Ao Gu, will first cut down you, West General Jin Yin, with my hammer. The two of them once again exchanged blows. After several dozen exchanges, Bone Boiling's twin dragons exploring the sea heavily struck Jin Yin, sending her flying several dozen meters. Jin Yin still wanted to fight, but unfortunately, the spiritual energy in her body was in chaos, and she found it difficult to get up. Ao Gu sneered. The dignified West General Jin Yin is nothing more than this. To be able to die in the hands of my heavenly thunder bone-breaking hammers. It can be considered your honor. After saying this, the bone-tempering hammers had already smashed over. At this moment, a fireball exploded beside Ao Gu. After a moment of delay, someone had already rescued Jin Yin. Tian Ying, Tian Xiang, Tian Yin. Jin Yin looked at them. I asked you to provide support from afar. Why'd you come down? Run. You're no match for her. Tian Ying stood in front of Jin Yin. General, you're in the immortal martial realm. If you die, it will be a huge loss to our Saint Hall. We're only in the martial master realm. Exchanging the 3 of us for General's life, it's worth it. What nonsense are you saying? Your strength is in commanding, not. Jin Yin angrily rebuked, but before she could finish speaking, she spat out another mouthful of blood. Ao Gu looked at the 3 Tian sisters and sneered. Tisk, TSK, TSK. What a loyal dog slave. You actually dared to come and save people. Don't worry, none of you will be able to leave. Just as he finished speaking, Ao Gu's figure was like lightning, already pouncing towards the 3 Tian sisters. Previously, Ao Gu had been focused on fighting Jin Yin. He had been careless and had been obstructed by the fireball. But now the fireball could no longer stop Ao Gu. Tian Ying and the other two wanted to counterattack, but the opponent's speed was too fast. There was a difference of several realms between them. They were simply not on the same level. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the three Tian sisters were sent flying back at almost the same time. The three of them all fell beside Jin Yin, heavily injured and unable to get up. Jin Yin angrily shouted, "Ao Gu, I'll fight you to the death." Ao Gu faintly smiled, "Fight? What do you have to fight me? Look around you." Every human had to face an enemy 10 times their number, but the variant humans were much stronger. In a one-on-one fight, they were completely suppressed. Pitiful cries rang out. Almost all of them were from the human soldiers. In this world, if there is room for you humans, then there is no room for variant humans. And we are more qualified than you to live in this world. So, within one day, your West City will fall. Not only you will die, once you enter the city, all your clansmen will die. West General, in the face of absolute strength, anger is useless. Tian Ying struggled to stand up. Tian Xiang and Tian Yin also staggered over. "General, quickly leave." "Ao Gu, even if we three sisters die here today, we will definitely save the general." Jin Yan's entire body was in pain, but it was not as painful as her heart. She only hated that she did not have the ability to kill Ao Gu. She did not have the ability to defend the city. Ao Gu laughed loudly. "Huh, you like to block me, right?" Ao Gu only released a wave of energy, and the three of them were once again sent flying. At the same time, they vomited blood. Ao Gu coldly snorted. "Such ants also dare to block me? Killing the three of you is like killing chickens. This time, let's see who can block this marshal." Jin Yin staggered to stand up. "Ao Gu, as long as I have a breath left, I will not let you step into the West City. You think you're qualified to block me?" Ao Gu said with a smile as he approached the four of them step by step. Tian Ying only felt that her body was incomparably heavy and her consciousness was becoming more and more blurred. Faintly, she looked at the towering city wall. This city wall, can it block the variant humans' army? In the West City, is there anyone who can block Ao Gu? In the end, they will not be able to hold on until the marshal arrives. The West City will fall. Just as she was about to close her eyes and wait for death, she suddenly saw a white figure standing alone on the West City wall. That person's hands were behind his back, and beside him, a long spear was suspended. The wind lifted his white robe, making his posture even more upright. That familiar, handsome face had an unimaginable calmness. His eyes were as bright as the stars as he looked through the battlefield, as if he was looking for something. At this time, the person she saw was actually Lu Chun. She was ashamed. Did she let down seventh sister? It was just that in the 6 years she had been with him, she had never seen a man as heroic as him. He had a manliness that she had never seen before. As time passed, she even had a misconception. Lu Chun did not seem like her seventh sister's husband, but more like a king. Finally, Lu Chun's gaze landed on the corner of the battlefield. He immediately squinted his eyes, held the long spear in his hand, and threw it out from a few hundred meters away. Ao Gu was about to reach the four of them when suddenly, a sharp cold light shot out. Ao Gu was indeed an expert. He immediately sensed the danger and quickly retreated. With a loud bang, the entire ground shook. The long spear was directly nailed to a position 4 to 5 meters in front of Ao Gu. Following that, from this position, a crack appeared on the ground, extending for 1,000 meters and penetrating through half of the battlefield. Ao Gu's eyes widened as he looked at the direction where the long spear came from. There a white-clothed man was looking down from above, standing proudly. His voice was not loud, but it reverberated throughout the entire West City battlefield. Today, the 700,000 variant humans army, none of them should think of leaving alive. Chapter 1386. It's its brother-in-law. Tian Xiang's eyes widened. Splitting the heavens and splitting the earth. How is this possible? Even though in the martial arts world for thousands of years, women were stronger than men, for a person who always liked to break the rules, if he wanted to become stronger, nothing could stop him. With a flash of white light, the figure that was a kilometer away had already disappeared from the spot. Jin Yin only saw a white shadow flash before her eyes, and a large, powerful hand grabbed the long spear. "You hurt my family." With a roar, the spear was unsheathed. "You are already dead." Ao Gu's eyes widened and used his twin hammers to block in front of him. The white shadow instantly appeared in front of Ao Gu, and with a flash of light, he roared, "Earth Fiend Xian Ming's spear, breaking the heavens." Immediately after, with a loud sound, the Tian family's spear, which was not made of outstanding material, directly pierced through the twin hammers and the scales on Ao Gu's body. One spear directly pierced through Ao Gu's body. Seeing this scene, the Tian family's three sisters and the West General Jin Yin were petrified. Their thoughts short-circuited and their minds went blank. A divine weapon couldn't even block an ordinary weapon's thrust? Ao Gu, this kind of super expert, could not even block one move from Lu Chen. Ao Gu's eyes widened as he looked at the spear in disbelief. He raised his head and looked at Lu Chen in horror. "How can a man be so terrifying? Who are you?" Lu Chen looked at him coldly and raised his head slightly. "Human king." With that, he exerted force in his hand, and the spear directly pierced through Ao Gu's body. Ao Gu had already been killed. Lu Chen turned around and walked in front of Tian Ying and the others. "Big sister, second sister, fourth sister, are you all okay?" Tian Ying was still breathing, and Tian Xiang was already unconscious. Only Tian Yin was injured and on the verge of death. Lu Chen helped Tian Yin up. "Fourth sister, Lu Chen, I didn't expect you to be so strong." Cough, cough, cough. "Fourth sister can't take it anymore." "Don't be sad. Third sister and seventh sister are waiting for me. I won't be lonely." Lu Chen, defend the west side of the city. "Don't let the mutants slaughter the common people." Lu Chen's eyes were filled with tears. Over the years, his three sisters had taken care of him and treated him like family. Today, seeing his fourth sister's tragic death, Lu Chen was filled with grief and indignation. "Promise me." Fourth sister's voice was getting weaker and weaker. Lu Chen hurriedly said, "Fourth sister, I promise you, not only will the West City not be breached, but from now on, there will be no more mutants in the Wuji continent." Tian Yin was pleasantly surprised. This answer sounded a little exaggerated, but the man in front of her was a miracle. Who was to say that he could not perform another miracle? "All right, fourth sister, I believe in you." Jin Yin walked in front of Lu Chen. "My condolences, sir." Lu Chen stood up and took a deep breath. In 100 reincarnations, other than cultivating time after time, he also had to experience countless parting. Immortals severed their ties with the mortal world, but mortals had to experience life and death through reincarnation. "General Shi, let the defenders retreat into the city." "I will cover you," Lu Chen said. But Lu Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. "I will definitely fulfill my promise to fourth sister." After saying this, Lu Chen walked directly to the center of the battlefield. "Die for me," Lu Chen roared. His figure instantly sped up, and a spear shadow blasted into the enemy formation. "General, if you don't want more people to die, give the order to retreat. I will guard the city gates." Jin Yin looked at the incomparably brave man. She knew that they had no more strength to fight, so she gave the order to retreat. The defenders scattered and retreated. Lu Chen stood alone in front of the city gates. If there were any pursuers, Lu Chen would raise his spear, and no one could stop him. Up until now, out of the 80,000-strong human army, there were less than 10,000 survivors. They stood behind Lu Chen, looking at the white-clothed man standing in front of them like a god of war. It was truly a case of one man holding the pass against 10,000. The city gates opened wide. The mutant army watched the west city gates open, but they were unable to advance. The city gates closed once more. Jin Yin ordered for Tian Ing and Tian Xiang to be sent for treatment, then quickly walked to the city gates. Right now, there was only Lu Chun on the battlefield, and he was facing an army of hundreds of thousands. In a world where men were inferior to women, there was actually such a brave man. Jin Yin couldn't believe her eyes. "Brat, who the hell are you?" an enemy general asked loudly. Lu Chen's eyes were cold. "I'm the one who came to kill you. We have hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and you alone? Even if you are an immortal martial expert, you can't stop our mutant army." Lu Chun coldly snorted. He raised his spear and twirled it in front of him. "A mere 700,000? How about this? I'll give you all a chance. All of you can come at me together." Jin Yan's internal injuries almost flared up. Shouldn't they be stalling for time and have the generals fight one-on-one? This Lu Chun was really good. He wanted them to come at him together. It wasn't just Jin Yan. The mutant army was also stunned. "Commander, he wants us to come at him together? How can this man be so arrogant? I've never seen such an arrogant person in my life. One against 700,000. Seeing that the mutant army didn't move, Lu Chun was a little impatient. "I told you all to come at me together. If you don't want to, then fine. If you don't want to, then I will." Lu Chun opened the triple door and instantly teleported into the middle of the mutant army. Facing an army of 700,000, Lu Chun actually rushed in alone. Jin Yan's mouth was wide open. Even if she saw it with her own eyes, she still felt that it shouldn't be like this. Earth Fiend Xian Ming's spear, Dark Sky Earth Fiend. An angry roar came from the crowd, followed by a loud bang. The ground in a radius of a few thousand meters cracked, and a turbulent black gas rushed out from ground. An area of effect skill instantly killed tens of thousands of mutant soldiers. 9-star acupuncture, cloud-piercing spear, 100-mile dark crow. Within the enemy ranks, the white figure was like a ghost, crazily shuttling through the enemy ranks. Wherever he went, a large number of mutants died. Under Lu Chen's fierce attack, no one could get close to him. Spear chi crisscrossed, and the sky darkened. Thousands of miles of yellow sand filled the air, and the white figure flashed. Sabers and swords flashed, and deafening roars filled the air. The thick smell of blood filled the entire battlefield. Lu Chun seemed to have entered a realm where no one could stop him. Whether it was ordinary soldiers or generals, in front of Lu Chen's spear, there was only one result. "My God, this person is really a heavenly soldier." Jin Yan's eyes widened. There's actually such a man in the world. The surrounding soldiers could not take their eyes off this crazy, killing feast. They were already dumbfounded. What realm is he in? Immortal Martial? No, even Immortal Martial can't be so strong. Could he be a God Martial Realm super expert? I know him. He's the son-in-law of the Tian family. I heard from Chief Tian that he once defeated Chief Tian, who was a Martial Warrior Realm level 4, when he was a Martial Warrior Realm level 3. What? A Martial Warrior without a spirit core? How can he defeat a Martial Warrior? I didn't believe it at first, but after seeing Lu Chen's style today, I know there's such a strong person in the world. Jin Yan took a deep breath and said faintly, "Spear like a dragon." One spear cut down thousands of soldiers and horses, white clothes stained with blood, one person against 1,000,000 soldiers. Could it be that when a man starts cultivating, there's nothing for women to do? Chapter 1387. The mutants had never imagined that Lu Chen alone would be so terrifying. Otherwise, they would not have chosen to besiege Lu Chen. Instead, they would have pulled apart their front lines, attacking the city while avoiding the brunt of the attack. It was just that the mutants' army had been attracted to the city gate by the retreating defenders. Lu Chen's speed was too fast, and his killing speed was even faster. They had no time to change their tactics, and were already defeated like a landslide. This was a massacre of 700,000 mutants by one person. Lu Chun prioritized killing the enemy's generals, making it harder for the mutants to reorganize their formation and attack the city in a short time. The enemy's immortal martial realm and god martial realm experts were no match for Liu Chen's spear, not to mention the martial artists and martial masters. In less than 3 hours of fighting, the battlefield was already filled with corpses, and the yellow sand was dyed red with blood. Originally, the mutants were determined to win, but they were forced to retreat by Liu Chen alone. Liu Chen was not in a hurry to chase after the mutants fled. He had previously said that none of the 700,000 mutants would be able to escape, but at this moment, Liu Chen was still hesitating. At this moment, the city's defenses were empty. If he rashly pursued and the enemy took advantage of the situation, it would be troublesome. In short, there would be plenty of time in the future, so there was no need to rush. Even if Liu Chen did not pursue, the number of mutants who died in the west side of the city was still in the hundreds of thousands. Such a battle record was enough to shake the government. Seeing the mutants' miserable defeat, the soldiers on the city walls raised their arms and cheered. Everyone was shouting Liu Chen's name. God of War Liu Chen! God of War Liu Chen! God of War Liu Chen! Liu Chen's heart did not waver. This name was not unfamiliar to him. When he was on Earth, the players were used to calling him Huaxia's God of War, or simply God of War. Jin Yin personally opened the city gates to welcome Liu Chen's triumphant return. How are my eldest sister and second sister? When Liu Chen saw Jin Yin, the first thing he asked was about Tian Ying's situation. Tian Ying and Tian Xiang are both being treated by doctors. Tian Ying still needs some time to recover, but Tian Xiang, even if she wakes up, her spirit core is severely damaged. I'm afraid she won't be able to cultivate in the future. Jin Yan's expression was sorrowful. In order to save her, one of the 3 Tian sisters died. One was injured, and the last one's fate was unknown. Liu Chen said coldly, "Now that the city's defenses are weak, if I chase after you and the enemy attacks the city with all their might, you might not be able to stop them. West General, get someone to clean up the battlefield first. I'll go check on my 2 sisters." Currently, there were only 30,000 soldiers left in the West City, and the number of corpses on the battlefield was more than that. After a full day and night of cleaning, the guards finally cleared the corpses in front of the city gate. On this day, Liu Chen was visiting Tian Xiang. After 2 days of emergency treatment, Tian Xiang finally showed signs of improvement. At this moment, a female soldier came into the tent. "Mr. Liu, the West General invites you in." "Okay, I'll go right away." After saying this, Liu Chen stood up and headed to the West General's tent. When the female soldier reported, she didn't forget to sneak a glance at Liu Chen. This was the #1 war god of sacred martial arts. Indeed, he was different from other men. He had a calm demeanor, swift and decisive, and had the air of a king. The West General was also heavily injured, but she didn't have time to rest at this time. She had to take charge of all matters in the city. When Liu Chen came in, she was checking some accounts. When she saw Liu Chen, Jin Yin stood up and walked over. "Mr. Liu Chen, you're here." Liu Chen cupped his fists and said, "General, why did you call Liu Chen here?" "Oh, it's nothing important." Jin Yin said, "After checking, we killed a total of 540,000 people in the Battle of the West City. According to military regulations, those who kill will be rewarded with spirit cores. A total of 540,000 spirit cores have been sent to Officer Tian's jurisdiction." Liu Chen frowned and said, "The other soldiers should have also been killed." Jin Yin said with some embarrassment, "Out of the 80,000 soldiers who went out to defend the city, there are only about 10,000 left. We were outnumbered, and many of us didn't kill the enemy. At most, we only injured them. I estimate that the total number of people we killed is probably only about 10,000. Liu Chen thought for a moment and said, "How about this? Give me 400,000 spirit cores and divide the rest among the soldiers who pledged their lives to protect the city." This, Jin Yan's eyes widened as she looked at Liu Chen in surprise. It must be known that Liu Chen gave out more than 100,000 spirit cores the moment he opened his mouth. Many people wouldn't be able to earn so many spirit cores in their lifetime. Mister, I thank Mister on behalf of these soldiers. Lu Chen nodded. This is what they deserve. However, Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, General, I have another matter that I need your help with. Oh, what is it? As long as it is within the scope of my duties, I will do my best. Lu Chen faintly smiled. It's not a big matter. The military supplies department has storage rings for sale, but the storage rings that ordinary soldiers exchange for are too small. If General can help me exchange for a top-grade storage ring, I am willing to buy it for 400,000 spirit cores. Jin Yin couldn't help but laugh. It's just a storage ring. How could it cost 400,000 spirit cores? Mr. doesn't need to worry about it. I will help Mr. exchange for one. Lu Chen stammered. One isn't enough. I may need to buy a few more. Jin Yin frowned. Buy a few more? The highest grade storage ring's space isn't small. In terms of spirit cores, it can hold 100,000. Lu Chen was a bit embarrassed. Normally, a single storage ring was enough for most people. Jin Yin was suspicious, but when she saw that Lu Chen seemed to have something he couldn't say, she skipped over the reason and straightforwardly said, I was too presumptuous. There's no harm in buying a few more storage rings. It's just a few storage rings. There is no need for Mr.'s spirit cores. Mister, how many do you need? Just tell me. This kind of small amount of money is nothing for a West City general like me. And since General says so, I am relieved. I need 1,000. Jin Yan's wound almost split open. 1,000? Mister, with so many storage rings, you wouldn't be able to carry all of them with your 2 hands and 2 feet. Lu Chen's face darkened. Did this woman think he was some nouveau riche who wanted to wear storage rings all over his body? Well, you can actually put the storage rings in one of the storage rings. Jin Yin was a bit embarrassed. She could only blame herself for thinking that storage rings were used to save space. Naturally, she would carry them on her body. She had forgotten that there was such a method. At this moment, Jin Yan's heroic spirit had completely vanished. She said in a daze, But, Mister, what do you want to put in so many storage rings? Spirit cores. Lu Chen directly said. Spirit cores? Jin Yin calculated in her mind. One storage ring was 100,000 spirit cores. 1,000 spirit cores meant 100 million spirit cores. Lu Chen wanted to store 100 million spirit cores? What was this guy trying to do? Besides, if he wanted to get 100 million spirit cores, was he really going to wipe out the mutated humans? However, as the West City General, she had to fulfill her promise no matter how difficult it was. Jin Yin said awkwardly, Although my military rank is enough, I need to buy 1,000 top-grade storage rings. Recently, I've been a bit tight on money. Lu Chen smiled. General, have the team delivering the spirit cores come back. Jin Yin sighed in relief and immediately said, Then I will have them come back. Chapter 1388. 1,000 storage rings were finally in his hands. Lu Chen tidied up the storage rings and found that they fit perfectly on his nameless finger. Thank you, General. Jin Yin also let out a sigh of relief. She had learned her lesson this time. In the future, whenever Lu Chen asked for a favor, it would be best to ask him first so that she wouldn't be embarrassed. That's right, sir. The Grand Marshal's reinforcements will arrive tomorrow. She will definitely meet you and even arrange a position for you. Lu Chen frowned slightly. He had also thought of this possibility. However, he wasn't here to be a general. It would be best if he didn't meet her. General, Lu Chen isn't interested in fame. To be honest, I might leave the army camp. Leave the army camp? Jin Yan's first thought was that he should be punished by military law for leaving his post without permission. But when she looked at the person in front of her, she decided to dispel this thought. Sir is leaving? Where are you going? Lu Chen nodded. To the variant human tribe's territory. Going to the variant human tribe's territory alone. Jin Yan's mind buzzed. Wasn't this suicide? Sir, have you thought it through? I have. Lu Chen said. So, I'll say goodbye to you while I'm at it. Please take good care of my 2 sisters. Lu Chen's sister was also in Tian Ying's camp. As long as Tian Ying was fine, Lu Chen's sister would be fine. Jin Yin looked at Lu Chen's resolute gaze and sighed. Sir is not an ordinary person. You have great ambitions. Jin Yin knows that I can't change your mind, but please take good care of yourself. Lu Chen smiled. Thank you, General. After leaving Jin Yan's tent, Lu Chen didn't return to Tian Ying's territory. Instead, he directly jumped off the city wall. When the soldiers on the city wall saw the white figure, they all surrounded the city wall. It's Lu Chen, my Prince Charming. Where's he going? He's so graceful even when he walks, so charming. If I can marry such a man, I can die without regrets. Stop dreaming. Lu Chen, do you think she would like you? Lu Chen didn't hear it either. If he did, he would probably vomit 3 liters of blood. A day later, the great commander of the Sacred Martial Academy led an army of 600,000 and arrived at the West City. A tall woman broke into Jin Yan's tent. When Jin Yan saw who it was, she hurriedly stood up and cupped her fists. Commander, I had Jin Yan, oh Jin Yan, you, how could you? The commander-in-chief was flustered and exasperated. How could you let Lu Chen go? Why didn't you stop him? It seemed that the commander-in-chief had also heard about Lu Chen. That was why he didn't care about anything else and hurriedly came to find Jin Yan. Jin Yan lowered her head and said, My lord, I also want to stop him, but who can stop him? The commander-in-chief thought about it and felt that it made sense. 700,000 soldiers had been utterly defeated by him and were almost completely wiped out. If Lu Chen wanted to leave, who could stop him? The commander-in-chief sighed bitterly. This kind of talent, as long as we can keep him, we will definitely win the war against the Inhumans. Even if I give up the commander-in-chief position to him, it won't be a problem. Jin Yan, tell me honestly, can we still get him back? We can't get him back. Why? He went to the Inhumans' territory. Jin Yan's eyes stared blankly ahead. There was no intersection. She said faintly, Perhaps he is going to end this war that has lasted for 1,000 years. Lu Chen was now 23 years old. His current cultivation level had reached the peak of this world, the Sky Martial Realm. This was equivalent to the Jiuqian Human King Realm. This time, with the help of the Spirit Gathering Cultivation Room, he only used 6 years. But this speed was clearly not fast enough. He had only completed 1 round of Human King Realm cultivation when he was 23 years old. At this speed, it would be impossible for him to complete 100 rounds of Human King Realm before he was 100 years old. Thus, Lu Chen had to increase his cultivation speed. Lu Chen had already made up his mind. Before he dispersed his cultivation, he would first collect some inhuman spirit cores to help him cultivate faster. When they learned that Lu Chen had left the human army, the Inhumans were happy for a while. But soon, their eastern defensive line was breached. According to the battle report, there was only 1 person in the attacking army. He was dressed in white robes. Lu Chen had come. When defending the city, Lu Chen still had to take care of the city behind him. But attacking the city was completely different. Lu Chen could finally let go of his hands and feet and start a massacre. But after Lu Chen breached the city, he stood on the city wall and looked at the unarmed Inhumans. When he wanted to massacre the city, he couldn't do it in the end. Those Inhumans had strange appearances. Although they walked upright with hands and feet, their faces were like that of wild beasts. But Lu Chen had seen all races. After seeing these Inhumans, he didn't attack the Inhumans. In the blink of an eye, 8 months passed. On this day, Lu Chen was camping in the grassland in front of a large city. Each person had a bonfire. This was the campsite. Lu Chen sat in front of the fire. He could see a large number of guards on the city wall looking at him nervously. They knew who this person was. They also knew their fate. In their eyes, there was fear and despair. Lu Chen only glanced at those people and then looked away. He lowered his head and added firewood. After half a year of killing, Lu Chen's mood became more and more complicated. He remembered the legend of the origin of the Inhumans and the human race. Whether it was the human race or the Inhumans, they were all created from a piece of dirt by Goddess Nuwa. Originally, the Inhumans were strong and wanted to destroy the human race. But now, none of them could stop Lu Chen. Instead, they were the ones to be destroyed. Looking at the dancing flames, Lu Chen sighed. At this moment, a lone inhuman walked to Lu Chen's side. Lu Chen was surprised. Someone actually dared to come to him alone? This inhuman didn't seem to be young. He was a man. After he came, he didn't wait for Lu Chen to say anything and directly sat beside the fire. I heard that you don't kill civilians? The old man raised his head and looked at Lu Chen. But did you know, every time you break through a defensive line, you don't kill. But when a human army follows you into the city, they burn, kill, and rob. Lu Chen didn't say anything. He didn't do anything to the old man. In the past 8 months, you've killed 14 million inhuman soldiers. Because of your arrival, many newbies who had just reached the level of martial warrior were forced to defend the city. The old man threw some firewood into the bonfire and spoke in a calm tone of voice as he recounted the shocking news. Lu Chen took a deep breath and raised his head. When you were strong, didn't you also want to swallow the human race? The old man smiled. In Lu Chen's eyes, his smile was a little ferocious, but his eyes were clear. Yes, when the two races fight, it's either you die or I die. Back then, we were strong and killed many humans. Now that a heaven-defying person like you has appeared in the human race, the situation has been reversed. We Inhumans are powerless to fight back. This is karma. I have no right to criticize you. The old man continued. I heard that when your family was killed, you swore to destroy the entire inhuman race. But, in my opinion, you are actually a person who doesn't keep his word. Lu Chen frowned and looked at the old man. His eyes seemed to be filled with killing intent. The old man was not afraid at all. He said, what? Am I wrong? You should know that if you let the people go, you can't destroy the entire race. Chapter 1389. The old man kept staring at Lu Chen's expression and saw that Lu Chen did not refute him. Lu Chen, since the guards in the city can't stop you anyway, why don't we attack in a few days? I'll take you to the mutant lands to have a look, the old man suddenly said. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy actually wanted to let him enter the mutant lands? His guts were extraordinarily big. However, if Lu Chen really wanted to break through the defense line and enter the mutant lands, he would have done so long ago. Perhaps that was why the old man had invited him. Lu Chen pondered for a moment, then stood up and stepped on the fire to extinguish it. Lead the way. After passing through the city gate, countless guards looked at Lu Chen nervously, but Lu Chen ignored them and followed the old man into the mutant city. The old man prepared a carriage, and the two of them left the mutant city directly. For the next half a month, the old man took Lu Chen all the way to the mutant lands. Their world was completely different from the human world. It could be said that it was barren with swamps and jungles everywhere, and wild beasts ran rampant. Outside a village, 4 or 5 huge beasts were attacking a village, and hundreds of mutant women were resisting desperately. At the edge of a swamp, a group of mutants was trying to fill the swamp and use it for farming. Suddenly, a few huge tentacles sprang out of the swamp and swept 4 or 5 people directly into the swamp, leaving nothing behind. There were no large cities in the mutant lands, and the largest cities were probably the border areas. After more than 20 days, Lu Chen saw a different Wuji continent. Why are there so many powerful beasts here? Lu Chen asked. The old man said, the Wuji continent is full of spirit energy, and the evolution of wild beasts is very common. But why are there only wild beasts in the mutant lands? Lu Chen was somewhat puzzled. The old man smiled slightly. You've heard of the legend of the origin of mutants and humans, right? Speaking of which, humans and mutants should be considered one. In fact, 2,800 years ago, humans and mutants were both struggling to survive the attacks of wild beasts. In order to not be devoured by the powerful wild beasts, both sides once joined forces to fight against the wild beasts. After the joint efforts of the two clans, we finally eradicated the wild beasts in the central region of the Wuji continent and drove them to the wilderness. But after that, the two clans had a disagreement because of the division of territories and finally went their separate ways. The humans won the ancient race war, and they chased us to the wildlands as well. Over the past 2,000 years, we've been fighting the beasts and the heavens and earth. Our bodies have been constantly strengthening, and our cultivation base has also been increasing. We could have reclaimed our territory, but unfortunately, a god of war appeared in the human race. He single-handedly wiped out our 1,000 years of hard work. As he spoke, the old man looked at Lu Chun. Obviously, the god of war he spoke of was Lu Chun. Lu Chun had never heard of such a history between the two races. Lu Chun, if you kill all the defenders, the human army will follow closely behind and break into the city. My mutant race won't be able to hold on for much longer. It's a pity that the lives of these people are already difficult, but they still can't escape being exterminated. Lu Chun furrowed his brows, feeling a little upset. When soldiers fought, sometimes they didn't need to know why they were fighting. Obeying was a soldier's duty. However, when he saw the mutants here and understood the origin of the two races, Lu Chun finally understood that the struggle between the two races was nothing more than survival. Since it was for survival, there was no right or wrong. After a long silence, Lu Chun sighed. "Old man, who are you?" To have the courage to meet Lu Chun alone and bring Lu Chun to inspect the situation of the people. This old man was definitely not simple. Father of the mutant race, Strange Stone. Lu Chun was not surprised. "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" "Ha ha! The mutant race is about to be exterminated. What's the difference between killing and not killing? For us mutants, peace is the only way out. As the father of the nation, it's only right that I die for the people." Lu Chun sighed. "I'm just a commoner. I can't make decisions for the human race." "No, we're not talking peace with the human race. We're talking to you," Strange Stone said. "As long as you're willing to stop, we can consider what to do next." It was unheard of for a nation to talk peace with a human. Lu Chun looked at the dark sky in front of him. Swamps were everywhere, and miasma filled the air. Lu Chun shook his head. If it were the human race, it would be difficult for them to survive in this place. "Lu Chun, I, on behalf of the mutant race, beg you to let us live." Strange Stone's voice finally sounded emotional. Lu Chun looked at Strange Stone and kept silent for a long time. Suddenly, he laughed self-mockingly. "Ah, Strange Stone, you're right. You're indeed a man who doesn't keep his words." Strange Stone's brain turned quickly. He quickly understood Lu Chun's meaning. Strange Stone knelt down heavily in front of Lu Chun. His voice trembled. "Even if you don't keep your words, it's for the sake of the common people." Lu Chun hurriedly helped Strange Stone up. "You risked your life to see me for the common people. Lu Chun has admired you for a long time. I can't accept Strange Stone's kneeling." Perhaps the mutant race and the human race didn't know that in the mutant world, on a small road beside a desolate swamp, someone had already decided the fate of the two races. Lu Chun stopped. Soon, the mutant race sent an envoy to the human race to talk peace. As the defeated party, the mutant race retreated 200 li, giving up a large area for cultivation. Moreover, the mutant race had to offer a large amount of beast nuclei and food to the St. Hall every year. They had to move into a more desolate and dangerous area to live. The two nations finally signed the Armistice Agreement. The human race was celebrating. However, the Tian family found that Lu Chun hadn't returned. A few days later, a group of mutant messengers sent a letter. The letter was written by Lu Chun. In the letter, he only said one thing. He was going to stay in the mutant world and wouldn't return. "Sir Tian, here are 170,000 beast nuclei. Sir War God asked us to send them over." The messenger opened a few large boxes. Sir War God said that 100,000 beast nuclei would be given to the Tian family and 70,000 beast nuclei would be given to the Lu family. He also asked the Tian family to take good care of his parents and sister. Tianing looked at the beast nuclei in shock. Finally, he sighed with regret. Chun'er. In front of an endless swamp, thousands of mutants anxiously looked ahead. A white figure flashed past. In the largest swamp, 7 or 8 huge tentacles suddenly appeared. Lu Chun shouted and shot a spear chi into the depths of the swamp. A deafening wail sounded. Not long after, a green liquid emerged from the swamp, dyeing the swamp dark green. The 7 or 8 tentacles drooped down weakly. Lu Chun grabbed a tentacle, dragged the monster out of the swamp, and took the beast nuclei with a spear. Then Lu Chun turned around and said to the mutants behind him, "This place has been cleaned up. This big mudfish tastes good. It's enough for you to eat for a while. After you transform this place, you can farm here in the future." Thank you, white-clothed war god. Everyone was about to thank him. When they looked up, they found that Lu Chun had disappeared. In the endless mountains, the spirit energy was abundant. Wild beasts ran rampant around, and no one dared to go deep. Lu Chun walked into a cave by the stream. After entering the cave, Lu Chun used a rope to pull a boulder to block the entrance. With Lu Chun's strength, it was reasonable to say that he didn't need to be so cautious. The reason why he blocked the entrance today was that today would be his first time decomposing the spirit nuclei. Chapter 1390. This is already the place with the most abundant spiritual energy I can find. It's more than 10 times better than the military's cultivation room. Lu Chun suddenly missed rhubarb. If it was here, maybe he could find a spiritual source or something. I wonder if that guy woke up. Recalling rhubarb's sleeping posture, Lu Chun wasn't sure if that guy would wake up. Could it be that that guy was also experiencing reincarnation? Recalling the changes in the 9 revolutions golden chrome mirror, Lu Chun felt that this was a possibility. However, Lu Chun was still trapped in the mirror world, so he had to think of a way to get out first. To complete the 100 revolutions of the human king, I have to decompose the spirit core and disperse the spiritual energy in my body to return to the state of an ordinary person. It seems that it's very difficult for ordinary people to disperse their own cultivation. If they don't know how to reverse the flow of spiritual energy, they won't be able to complete the process. Fortunately, Lu Chun's spiritual energy had reached the level of spiritual energy manipulation, so he could completely reverse the flow of spiritual energy. Lu Chun checked his storage ring again. Currently, 150 storage rings were filled with spirit cores, totaling 15 million spirit cores and beast cores. There were beast cores from the mutated humans and beast cores, but he didn't know if there were enough. In the armistice agreement, the humans had asked for beast cores from the mutated humans. Lu Chun had already inquired about this. Both humans and mutated humans could absorb beast cores, but the absorption rate was relatively low, so it was better to directly absorb beast cores from the mutated humans or humans. Perhaps the legends about the origins of humans and mutated humans were only legends after all. What really determined this was the special laws of this world. There was no time to think so much now. Lu Chun entered a state of cultivation, but he wasn't increasing his spiritual energy. Instead, he was forcing the spiritual energy out of his body. A month later, Lu Chun completed the process of dispersing his cultivation. At this time, his physical strength was only equivalent to that of an ordinary person, not even martial warrior. I've become an ordinary person again. Lu Chun shook his head with a smile. Currently, Lu Chun was at his weakest. At this time, if any beast discovered this cave and moved the boulder away, Lu Chun wouldn't be able to resist at all. Lu Chun didn't have time to rest. He hurriedly started cultivating again. 1-star martial artist, 2-star martial artist. Lu Chun spent 1.5 months to break through to 1-star martial artist. This speed was many times faster than ordinary people, but to Lu Chun, it was too slow. After obtaining the spirit nucleus, Lu Chun immediately began to take out the spirit nucleus of the mutants. He started to fuse the spirit nucleus from weak to strong. 1 core, 10 cores, 100 cores. Most people could only absorb 30% to 40% of the cores, but Lu Chun could absorb about 80% of the cores. However, every time he absorbed a spirit core, Lu Chun would need to cultivate for a period of time to digest the spirit core. The higher the grade of the spirit core, the longer it would take to digest it. Lu Chun's level was like an airplane. rising crazily. Martial artist, martial master, martial general. Half a year later, Lu Chun had reached the divine martial realm. Now, Lu Chen's highest spirit core was only at the divine martial realm. To break through to the sky martial realm, Lu Chun had to rely on himself to cultivate. Lu Chun entered the Anita and Spirit Chi microscopic state and used the Divine Devil Origin Sutra to absorb Spirit Chi. 2 years later, he broke through to the sky martial realm. Another 2 years and 3 months later, he reached the peak of the sky martial realm. After returning to the peak of the sky martial realm, Lu Chun calculated the time. This time, Lu Chun used about 5 years to cultivate again. No, this speed is too slow. Lu Chun frowned. It's too difficult to complete the 100 revolutions Human King in 100 years. However, Lu Chun didn't have any other choice. I didn't have any experience the first time. Let's see if I can be faster next time. Also, after reaching the martial artist realm, use more spirit cores. After saying that, Lu Chun began to disperse his cultivation for the second time. This time, Lu Chun used half the time as compared to before. He completed it in 20 days. The time taken to go from martial artist to martial artist was slightly reduced, and he completed it in a month. And after reaching the sky martial realm, Lu Chun merged with more spirit cores and broke through to the god martial realm in 4 months. The most important thing was that Lu Chun took 4 years and 3 months to go from the god martial realm to the peak of the sky martial realm, which took up a lot of time. But this time, Lu Chun merged with a large number of spirit cores and beast cores and reached the peak of the sky martial realm in 3 years. After returning to the peak of the human king realm, Lu Chun felt slightly more relaxed. This time, it only took 3.5 years, which is 1.5 years faster than the first time. It's just that the consumption of spirit cores is a bit high. I used 3 million spirit cores. I have to go out and find some more beast cores to replace them, and find some food while I'm at it. Half a year later, Lu Chun replenished a large number of beast cores. The level of the wild beasts here was very high. The total amount of spirit chi they contained was more than all the spirit cores in Lu Chen's hands combined. The absorption rate of the beast cores is 50%. If I can absorb 100%, my cultivation speed will be even faster. In the process of absorbing the beast cores, Lu Chun discovered that as long as he could quickly circulate his spirit chi and synchronize it with the spirit chi in the beast cores, he could achieve twice the result with half the effort. This time, Lu Chun planned to spend more effort on increasing the efficiency of the beast cores. Lu Chun used only 15 days to disperse his cultivation for the third time. From martial warrior to martial warrior, it took 23 days. From martial warrior to divine martial realm, it took 3 months. Most importantly, when Lu Chun reached the peak of the sky martial realm from the divine martial realm, he focused 120% when absorbing each beast core, increasing the overall absorption rate to 60%. Furthermore, this time, Lu Chun did not seek to conserve spirit cores at all. He only sought speed. He merged with the spirit cores crazily and reached the peak of the human king realm in 2 years. 2 years and 4 months. Another year passed. However, the consumption of beast cores is too fast. This time, I have to hunt more wild beasts, especially high-grade wild beasts. Half a year later, Lu Chun returned from hunting and dispersed his cultivation again. Lu Chun only used 2 years to reach the peak of the human king realm in 4th transformation. 5th transformation, 1 year and 7 months. 6th transformation, 1 year and 3 months. 7th transformation, 1 year and 2 months. Including the hunting time, it still takes less than 2 years to cultivate once. Lu Chun's brows furrowed. Speaking of which, Lu Chun had dispersed his cultivation time and time again, releasing a huge amount of spirit chi that had filled the 1,000-mile mountain range. Unknowingly, the spirit chi density here had increased by a lot. Even the surrounding wild beasts had migrated here, including some powerful wild beasts. This allowed Lu Chun to not have to worry about finding wild beasts. There's no need to worry about the beast cores. I'm hunting according to Little Green's sustainable development strategy. I still need to increase the efficiency of the beast cores. Now, I can merge 80% of the beast core's spirit chi. If I can increase it by another 10%, it should take less than a year. Time passed by as Lu Chun dispersed his cultivation. After improving his cultivation method time and time again, Lu Chun only took a year to reach the 9th transformation. However, Lu Chun not only used more beast cores to reach the 10th transformation, but it also took him 2 years to complete it. After completing the 10th transformation, Lu Chun hurriedly checked his spirit core. His spirit core's spirit chi was purer and more concentrated than when he was at the 9th transformation, at least twice as much. Moreover, his physical body seemed to be different from when he was at the peak of the human king realm. According to the attributes, my 10th transformation physical body should be more than 3 times stronger than before. Lu Chun frowned. What was going on? Could it be that I really need to reach the human king realm to break through to the human king realm? Lu Chen's eyes widened. When he cultivated to the 10th transformation, he finally saw hope. Chapter 1391. Lu Chen began to focus on hunting level 9 wild beasts. The beast cores of these wild beasts were worth hundreds of thousands of low-level beast cores. Most importantly, he could save hunting time this way. There are still 58 years to complete the 90 revolutions. Lu Chun felt terrified just thinking about it. Just as Lu Chun was racing against time, the Wuji continent was also undergoing earth-shaking changes. For some reason, the number of wild beasts in the wilderness had decreased sharply, although the variant human race had been forced to live at the border. Due to Lu Chen's crazy hunting of wild beasts, they discovered that the wilderness was becoming more and more suitable for their survival. The only problem was that the annual tribute of beast cores could no longer be guaranteed. After negotiating with the human race, the variant human race explained the reason and requested to change the payment of beast cores to food and other supplies. The human race had no choice but to be wary of Lu Chen's existence. Moreover, the two races had not been at war for decades, so the need for martial artists was not as urgent as before. In the end, after several twists and turns, they reluctantly agreed to the variant human race's request. On the other hand, due to Lu Chen's male identity, the status of a human race and the variant human race's men suddenly increased greatly. Men's cultivation had become the norm. After the men obtained the opportunity to cultivate, their status rose further with the appearance of experts. The worldview of women being superior to men was quietly changing. Unfortunately, Lu Chun did not know any of this. His mind was now filled with cultivation. Now, Lu Chun could already increase the utilization rate of beast cores to more than 95%. Repeated cultivation made it easier for him to cultivate spiritual power. The spiritual power provided by a large number of high-level beast cores also helped him save a lot of time. In addition, as the number of times he dissipated his cultivation increased, the abundance of spiritual power in the cave became more and more terrifying. Now, Lu Chen's cultivation time from an ordinary person to the peak of the sky martial arts realm was controlled at 7 months. Plus a month of hunting, the first job transition time was about 8 months. And every 10 cultivation time was about half a year more than the normal cultivation time. If others knew that he had reached the peak of the sky martial arts realm in 8 months, they would probably not believe it. However, Lu Chen's time was still increasing by a small margin. The reason why it could only increase by a small margin was that Lu Chen's current cultivation speed and time arrangement were already close to the limit. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, there was only 1.5 years left before Lu Chen's 100-year limit in this life. As for Lu Chun, he had already completed 99 revolutions of Human King. At this moment, his spiritual power reserves and physical strength were more than 100 times that of an ordinary human king. A month later, Lu Chun finished his last hunt. He stored up the beast cores, dispersed his cultivation, and resumed his cultivation. Lu Chun didn't know how long the 100th transfer would take. He didn't dare to be careless and cultivated madly. 1 year and 4 months later, Lu Chun finally completed 100 cycles of peak sovereign personage in one lifetime. After completing the 100th revolution, Lu Chun's spirit core was twice as large as before. The spiritual energy was extremely dense, and under the ultra-high compression, it actually formed a liquid substance. Lu Chun was shocked. He was able to manipulate spiritual energy, but that didn't mean that spiritual energy was real. But at this moment, what was flowing in his spirit core was liquid spiritual energy. With every bit of liquid spiritual energy that flowed through his blood vessels, Lu Chun could feel the incomparably powerful spiritual energy. His entire body, every inch of skin, blood vessels, internal organs, and bones were being nourished by this brand new spiritual energy. This is re-tempering the body. Lu Chun's eyes widened. Tempering the body was something that only happened when breaking through a major realm. After the fine impurities in his body were forced out, Lu Chun only felt refreshed. His body had never felt so comfortable before. With every movement, it was as if this body had inexhaustible strength. Even his height had grown a little taller. And Lu Chun looked at his spirit core again. At this moment, there were rune-like patterns on his spirit core. Traces of liquid spiritual energy flowed along these runes. Lu Chun narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the huge rock blocking the exit, and directly struck out with his palm. In an instant, among the thousands of miles of mountains, an overbearing spiritual energy beam directly crushed the huge rock into powder and shot out. The mountain in front of him was directly penetrated by the spiritual energy, leaving only a palm print that stretched for thousands of miles. Lu Chun's eyes widened. Looking at the straight passage that he had created with his own hands, he was shocked. I have broken through to the human sovereign realm. At this moment, Lu Chun's mind buzzed, followed by a deep and solemn voice. After 100 reincarnations, you have finally become the supreme human sovereign. With a mortal body, you can break through the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lu Chun hurriedly asked, "Who are you?" "I am the remnant soul of the primitive deity. The 6 paths of illusory realm is the product of the 6 paths. I obtained it by chance." Lu Chun's mind turned rapidly. The 6 paths of illusory realm? You mean the 10,000 spirits ancient realm? This is what the 10,000 spirits clan said. When I died, I did leave the 6 paths of illusory realm to the 10,000 spirits clan. The 10,000 spirits clan does not like fighting and focuses on martial arts. They are the most suitable candidates. Lu Chun, I have waited here for 50,000 years, and no one has been able to break through the mirror realm. You said 50,000 years? Lu Chun was shocked. When he was in the Jiuqian, the most he had heard was what happened thousands of years ago. But this primitive deity had said 50,000 years. What was the world like 50,000 years ago? At that time, there was already someone who could control the incredible space of the 6 paths of illusory realm. Yes, 50,000 years. I had already given up hope. 100 reincarnations is ever-changing. In 100 reincarnations, there are even some that cannot be cultivated at all. Therefore, even if a celestial prime comes, it is impossible to reach the human sovereign realm every time. The only way is to complete a few rounds of cultivation in a certain lifetime and become a human sovereign. However, the Celestials would never think that there are levels above the human sovereign realm. Only you have thought of this. And you achieved 100 rounds of the human sovereign realm in a lifetime. It seems that I was right to choose you back then. Lu Chun took a deep breath. Good heavens, he had encountered the mirror realm from the beginning. It was not that he was unlucky, but that he had been secretly arranged by someone. Big brother, it's fine if you don't tell me anything else. Next time, When you have chosen someone, can you please inform me? Lu Chun said helplessly. Ha ha ha. Lu Chun, if I had informed you, how could you have comprehended the perfect spear intent here? How could you have experienced the human world? How could you have endured hardships for 3 lifetimes? How could you have seen the light at the end of the tunnel? Boy, those who have great opportunities must have great perseverance and great wisdom. At this moment, Lu Chun really felt like he had seen the light at the end of the tunnel. He had finally broken through the mirror realm. In a good mood, Lu Chun asked, Senior, with all due respect, is this 6 paths of illusory realm really useful? Those immortals have already opened the immortal path. There should be no need to open the human sovereign realm. Lu Chun, do you know that there are stronger levels above Immortal Prime? Although I have not heard of it, there are already Immortal Prime existences in the Juqian's 7th heavenly layer. I think there must be stronger existences above Immortal Prime. That's right. The martial Tao is limitless. Immortals can only get rid of the 6 paths of reincarnation, but they have not climbed to the peak of the martial Tao. Since they have not reached the peak, why don't they need to improve their strength? Lu Chun was a little stunned. These words didn't make sense. Lu Chun, in your opinion, people in the 7th heavenly layer are already immortals. They are incomparably powerful. But in my opinion, Immortal Prime? They are just ants. Lu Chun took a deep breath. This guy was really arrogant. It was not easy to meet an expert who was not hostile to him. Lu Chun naturally had to seize the time to ask more questions. Gods and Buddhas, are you part of the Juqian? Which heavenly layer are you in the Juqian? Do you know about the celestial demons? Oh, and the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the celestial demons? Lu Chun, did you forget what I told you just now? Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Everything depends on you. Lu Chun sighed. If you don't know, just say it. There are so many oracles and heavenly masters, but they still reveal heaven's secrets every day. Then have their prophecies about you ever come true? Lu Chun was stunned for a moment. According to the divination of the oracles, and heavenly masters, he should have died countless times. But now he was still alive and kicking. The voice of the gods and Buddhas sounded again. Lu Chun, the war of the 10,000 races has ended. The human race has been defeated. The 10 immortal primes have died in battle. The human race's 10,000 realms are about to be invaded by the 10,000 races. Lu Chun suddenly froze and said in a trembling voice, This has already ended? No, this can't be true. That's right. You won't be able to catch up every time. But Lu Chun, if fate wills it, we may meet again. Let me give you a parting sentence. Fate can only control the weak. The rules are set for the weak. What is heaven defying? It is to subvert everything and control everything. If you are strong, go and change the fate of the human race. As soon as the gods and Buddhas finished speaking, Lu Chun felt dizzy. Chapter 1392. When Lu Chun opened his eyes, he was already standing in front of the ancient temple. Seeing the whirlpool-shaped entrance, Lu Chun could not help but have mixed feelings. Once again returning to the Juqian, returning to reality, Lu Chun closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. From a youth who bore a blood feud in the Tianyuan continent, to the Wolf King who sought survival alone in the unknown jungle, to an ordinary descendant of the Lu family in a world where women were superior to men. He had seen all kinds of people, experienced all kinds of things in the world, experienced life and death, and experienced love and hate. Now, there was only one word to describe Lu Chun's current feelings. It felt like a lifetime ago. Lu Chun lowered his head and glanced at his badge. 1-star Barbarian Emperor, Variant. Lu Chun was prepared for the Barbarian Emperor, but when he saw the word Variant, Lu Chun's fighting spirit, which had just been ignited, was instantly extinguished. What the hell was a variant? Speaking of which, regardless of whether anyone could do it or not, in theory, if an ordinary human king could complete 100 cycles in the 6 paths illusory realm, they could also break through to the human sovereign realm. But the problem was that Lu Chun was not an ordinary human king before. He was an 18-star human king. Perhaps this was where the variant came from. Lu Chun immediately thought of the long list of titles he had in the past. He thought he had gotten rid of them, but he did not expect that he still had more titles than others after reaching the human sovereign realm. At this moment, a figure suddenly shot toward Lu Chun. Immortal technique, extreme frost backstab. The temperature of the surrounding air plummeted, and the water vapor in the air directly condensed. If an ordinary person was affected by this extreme frost backstab, the extreme cold alone would be enough to freeze their blood. Even an immortal's mobility would be greatly reduced. A cold light had already shot toward the back of Lu Chun's neck. At this moment, Lu Chun turned around. As he turned around, he raised 2 fingers and clamped down on the blade of a dagger. Lu Chun looked coldly at the person who had ambushed him. "Take me out of here." Gu Ying's eyes widened. In the past few years, his power had increased greatly, and his ice attribute had doubled. The last time he fought with Lu Chun, he had used cold light backstab. This time, he had finally mastered the next level of extreme cold backstab. In the end, Lu Chun caught his attack with 2 fingers. What exactly did this guy go through? Was this really the mirror realm? But how did he get out? However, Guing knew what Lu Chun was thinking at this moment. He also dismissed the idea of sparring with Lu Chun or asking for more details. "Fortunately, I came over to take a look. Let's go and see the immortal sovereign first." After saying that, Guing used the teleportation talisman and brought Lu Chun back to the Saint Martial Immortal's abode. Senior Immortal, Lone Quang really came out. Guing excitedly ran over to report. Not long after, Saint Martial Venerable quickly walked out of the cultivation room. "Did you really encounter the mirror realm?" Lu Chun nodded. "Senior Immortal, what's the current situation of the human race?" Lu Chun asked anxiously. Saint Martial Venerable sighed. "The war of the myriad races ended a month ago. Even if the human race still has Pangu, whose strength is not bad, he alone can't resist the myriad race's immortal sovereigns. Now, all the immortals in the human race's immortal realm are urgently evacuating. If the human race is destroyed, the immortal realm will bear the brunt. In the future, it will be divided by the myriad races. Occasionally, there will be some immortals left, but they will either be killed or enslaved. Therefore, in this case, most of the immortals will either go to some abandoned planets to live, or return to their own planets to help resist the myriad race's army. The number of people left in the immortal realm is less than 1 in 1,000. Now, the coordinates of all the planets in the human race's territory have been exposed. The various races are preparing to destroy them one by one. They should start taking action in the next few days." Lu Chun clenched his fists. Sure enough, he was still 1 step too late. "Saint Martial Venerable, I must go back," Lu Chun said, hurriedly turned around and was about to leave. "Lu Chun," Saint Martial Venerable suddenly called out to him. "Now that the overall situation has been determined, I'm afraid there is no way to reverse the situation. If you have nowhere to go, you can stay here. I can't put the myriad races in danger for the sake of the human race, but at least I can take you in. It can also be considered as an explanation to my deceased mother." Lu Chun looked back and said lightly, "Thank you, Venerable, but I appreciate your kindness, but I can't leave my compatriots behind." Saint Martial Venerable sighed. Lu Chun's departure this time was very likely not to return. After pondering for a moment, Saint Martial Venerable took out a talisman paper that glowed with colorful light. "Lu Chun, this is my myriad world voice-transmitting talisman, which can pass through the myriad worlds. I hope you have a chance to use it. Gang, take the visiting order and send Lu Chun to the immortal realm of the human race." Lu Chun took the voice-transmitting talisman and nodded heavily. "Thank you, Venerable. If Lu Chun has a chance to return, I will definitely drink with Venerable. Gang said, "When the time comes, call me. Brother Du Quang, I will take you away." After teleporting to the border of the myriad race's immortal realm, Lu Chun directly summoned Ten-Winged, and the two headed straight for the immortal realm of the human race. On the dragon's back, Guy had many questions in his heart, but when he saw Lu Chun holding the dragon's horn and looking in the direction of the immortal realm of the human race, he felt that it was not appropriate to ask too many questions now. He admired Lu Chun very much, but what made him feel helpless was that he was sending Lu Chun to the bottomless abyss. It was very likely that this would be the last time they would be together, so those questions were no longer that important. Du Kuang, that Venerable also didn't expect you to stay in the Myriad Spirit's ancient realm for more than 5 years. Actually, Venerable also had his difficulties. If he was alone, he would have done it himself. Lu Chun turned to look at Guy, who seemed to be helping Venerable Saint Marshal Venerable explain. Guy, I'm already very grateful that Venerable allowed me to go to the Myriad Spirit's ancient realm. With his current status, he also has to take care of the Myriad Spirit's ancient realm, so I can understand. AI, you really don't want to consider staying in the Myriad Spirit's ancient realm? Don't blame me for being direct. I don't know if you open the immortal path in the Myriad Spirit's ancient realm, but even if your strength is comparable to Venerable, what can you do alone? Now, no one can save the human race. Lu Chun looked into the distance. Guy, that is my home. My compatriots, my family. That is what I must protect. Guy sighed. As expected, he could not persuade Lu Chun. All right, Guy, do you know where Little Beast and the rest are? Guy said, they should be waiting for you in your immortal spirit grotto heaven. Lu Chun nodded. These fellows have been training on the divine Beast Island for 3 years. He wondered if they had made any progress. 2 days later, the two arrived at the human race's immortal domain. The mountains and rivers remained unchanged, but the human race's immortal domain had long been a facade. From time to time, they could see people from other races entering the human race's immortal domain as they wished. Now, the human race's immortal domain no longer had a defensive array, allowing people to enter and exit. Guy, this is my voice transmission talisman. If I can help, I will not refuse. Guy also gave Lu Chun a voice transmission talisman. Lu Chun took the voice transmission talisman and looked at Guy. Even if they were not of the same race, a true friend who could lend a helping hand in times of crisis. Kid, Venerable, I, Huang Ting, and Lianhua have made an appointment with you. We will wait for your return, and next time, we will fight 300 rounds. Guy heavily slapped Lu Chen's shoulder. Lu Chen's voice was somewhat choked. All right, you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.